All right, hello everybody, and welcome to the Summer 1v1 Open. We are here in the next tournament in the Fallen Titans series this year. We have, I think, 10 players playing today, and a few I have not seen play in the tournaments yet, so hopefully we will have some interesting matches up ahead of us. And we do have a co-caster with us today. Loku, would you like to introduce our first player?
I would love to. In the south, playing as our yellow UEF player, we have Zadaika, who I've not seen play very often, but the matches I have seen, he's put on a very, very good showing. It looks like he's going to be opening up first land, second air. Take it away with our second contestant.
And currently flying overhead, his opponent spawning in as the white Cybern ACU. We have Ixen going for a single air factory, and I'm guessing going to wait for that scout to fly overhead to decide on what to do second, which is a land factory he's going to put up in almost pretty much this, like, a very similar position as to where Zadaika has.
Very interesting to see the mirrored play here already. Although Zadaika is notably behind on fighter production, and so we'll see what that means for him.
Although he is UEF, he is UEF. He should catch up.
He is UEF, but so often on these on matches where air is relevant, you lose that first air engagement. It's like, all right, well, good game. That's why there's another map. This is Venus Forge, by the way. The map being played on today is Venus Forge for this first match. There's another match called Sky City. I've noticed that very often it's a triple air kind of a map. And there was actually some complaints when there were like, all right, I lost the first air fight. Guess I lose the whole match. Precious little to be done.
That map was land transitions were very viable on that map, so the people complaining just weren't playing the map right, I don't think. But yeah,
that might be true. One of the things I did notice is that putting a land factory in the very center of that map actually was like super effective for controlling the map as a whole.
You get to section off those big long bridges.
Yeah,
when you do that.
Do you have Ixen expanding to a second land factory already, and he's going to put it in the middle of these mass extractors, presumably so he can build a shield and anti-air on it at some point if he needs to.
Yeah, just to cover that those 4 mexes, which is definitely not a bad idea. It looks like Ixen's going to try and do a quick run by here to the east side.
Yeah, I was just about to say I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with the Loyalists, because I see it very often gets forgotten about on this map for some reason, but there's these flanks to either side that make it very vulnerable to pick off some mass extractors here and there, especially when you're for a UEF who's got tanks because they don't have any viable bots to use.
Zadaika is not responding to this at all. I wonder if he's just going to go into some mech guns here. Although I don't...
That would be funny, but...
It looks like he does have the research for it, so he might do that.
That would be quite funny, honestly. Okay. I mean...
It looks like he is responding with the tanks, so... Not going to go for mech guns here, going to save that research. Although he just spent it on something, I couldn't tell you what.
He's going to lose this mass extractor for his troubles, though. That's not a core mass going down, but one of the early mass, at the very least.
And these loyalists using their movement speed to their advantage and just running away from those tanks.
High-level play, use the engineer here to kill the last... Nope, tanks are going to get it, okay.
Was just going to repair the mass extractor, but they died beforehand anyway.
Yeah.
Zadaika pushing up in the middle here with a PD and a land factory. Going to try and get that map control, which is very important to him since he does have those slower tanks. Having the map control make it definitely a lot easier to respond to what his Cybern opponent decides to do.
Let's hide the. I'm going to hide these health bars real quick and get in on the action here. Commander is going to be taking the front against these loyalists, which is normally not the best idea, but with the PD and the shield to fall back under if he needs to, this is actually a pretty strong position for the UEF commander here.
A lot of those loyalists are dying to that PD, although Ixen's going to try and come up and get that reclaim field, although he's just getting a little bit of mass back for his dead units. Not really getting any trades there at all.
Yeah, and let's not forget the mass reclaim on this game is not like it is in Forged Alliance or something like Planetary Annihilations. It's not nearly as effective in terms of the amount you get back.
Yeah, it's like 17% or something like that.
Yeah, something crazy. This is a very forward PD trying to go up here. Wow.
I
don't know about that. Doesn't get it.
I'm gonna repair the ACU.
Engineer here for the repairs, though.
Ixen was trying to target it down there with his ACU, but doesn't quite get it. I'd like to see
Gonna have to
Zadaika repair
dive
that
back for it
NG.
again.
Yeah. Zadaika falling below half health here is going to have to be careful. Those tanks are slowly getting destroyed. Into the red, and Zadaika is below 5,000 health. I think Ixen could just jump on him here, either go for the tie or just kill him. Now Ixen's above, or Zadaika's above 5,000 health, and Zadaika switching into bombers here.
Yeah, I'm seeing confused comments in my chat. I'm hoping my stream is not dead.
Hello, Echo. Yeah, Zadaika is a good player. He hasn't played in a while, so he might be a little rusty, but I know he's been playing with the Russians a good bit
Speaking of which, he's going to get this forward point defense up here. Going to be extremely annoying to deal with for Ixen here. Ixen's going to have to accept the loss of this mass extractor at the least, I think. Well, maybe not. He's got factory missiles.
He's going to Ixen him. He's dead. He's so low on health.
No, the Ixen.
Oh, wow! Wow! Oh, he might save it here. He hides behind the factory and he takes all the loyalists out. Those bombers and the shield coming up really did save him there. I hope he does fall back here as he's really low. But wow, I think Ixen shouldn't have waited. He let him sit there for too long, and there's your reason he survived that. The shield came up and the bombers are now out.
Absolutely crazy save by Zadaika. Also, is somebody stream froze but audio is good? I don't know why my stream is freezing today. I don't have any tabs open or anything. That's deeply unfortunate. Hopefully it fixes itself.
Good run by
poke me in Discord if this if I continue to have problems. We'll see if I can fix it.
And Zadaika's getting great control of center here. He's got these two land factories here with the TMLs up. He is sieging on Ixen's main base currently, although the shield on this land factory is holding against that TML for now.
Yeah, you know, at some point, Ixen stopped producing the fighters. He didn't see an air response out of Zadaika, and I kind of wonder if that was calculated now, because now Zadaika has complete air control, and the bombers are out to put some force down on these expansions, if need be, or on any army that gets too clustered up.
Now we really need to see Zadaika expand off the back of this. Ixen has completely foregone air, and Zadaika really needs to expand to this eastern side. There's nothing stopping him here. He has Ixen cornered into his expansion in his main base, and he has the map control. He really needs to expand into this eastern side.
He does. And look at all the factory missiles and meteors coming out here. These factories are going to start going down here pretty soon. Turn these health bars back on, and look, yeah,
this is great UEF play here. This is exactly what you want to do as a UEF. Get that map control and just start using your great MMLs to your advantage.
Bit of a misplay in the north with the bombers. Zadaika going to lose a bunch of those for free.
Oh, jeez.
To just a couple of fighters here. Going to lose the majority of the bombers here. Was that 2 left? 3, it looks like. There's a couple more hitting to the south of Ixen's base. But yeah, losing a bunch of those for free is not great.
And losing a land factory in center, although he is taking out some of the mass extractors here for Ixen. And Zadaika is now ahead in the economic side of things, even without that eastern expansion. I hope he does expand there eventually. He's really going to need to.
He's got an engineer building a couple of the mass extractors here, but yeah, he's going to find that this aggression isn't enough if he doesn't do something here soon. He needs to use the bombers here. He's getting dived on again. He's going to get Ixened. He's going to get Ixened if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's under the shield, though. The bombs are coming in and the tanks respawn.
There we go.
Yeah, he's going to survive this. That's not enough loyalists to kill him.
Not enough this time.
That was a unit
in trouble.
That was a unit deado.
It was a unit deado. Ixen's going to be getting desperate here. He knows he's on the back foot at this point in time. He's going to be looking to make something happen here because he has to.
Yeah, for sure. This map control
bombing run coming out on the expansion for Ixen.
Oh yeah, takes that PD out. Guess Zadaika's hoping to finally be able to push in and do a little bit more damage to this expansion now. He does have some MMLs in the mix. Gonna take out that land factory. Almost. If he doesn't
almost,
he should.
Second pass, he'll get it. First factory over there goes down to the meteors.
Although he changes targets to the NG.
Looking like a closeout here for Zadaika, honestly, if it keeps going in this way. He's losing this. Ixen is losing this expansion. Oh!
Wow! What? Jeez, no split from the units there resulted in all of those rockets and MMLs dying.
Oh my
Jeez.
god.
And the NG does
Every
go down.
single one.
Wow.
Unfortunate, but the engineer is dead over here now, so there's nothing to sustain the fight now. This whole side pretty much goes down to the bombers for free.
Okay, and Zadaika is now expanding off the back of this, so a little late, I think. Could have done this earlier, but that is what you want to do. Zadaika's got over 1,000 mass in the bank right now.
Another attempt out of Vixen here with the loyalists.
Big unit Dedo!
Oh man, huge unit Dedo, but not enough to kill a commander. That's not enough damage.
No.
There's still plenty of factories up. Zadaika can replace this easy. He's going to have the economic lead now by a rather significant margin.
Yeah, we're up to 5 mass per second over Ixen right now as the expansion on the west side does begin to fall. Jeez, and the bombers are now continuing to harass the expansions and any of these loyalists that come out of the base. And Zadaika going into more air factories here up in the middle.
More air factories. Oh yeah, maybe he wants to replace some of the losses for his bombers, but I don't think he needs to really. I think further airplay is going to be a waste. Lots of adapter AA coming out now. He's trying to make sure the main base can stop these tactical missiles out of the factories and the bombing runs here. So Ixen's going to look to turtle up against the UEF.
And as a cyber,
he's not surrendering.
It's very possible. Although with these this constant sieging from the MMLs might be a problem. But
not if he keeps the adapters nearby. Yeah,
the adapters will definitely help.
The adapters are so universally good. It's crazy to me sometimes. The only weakness for adapters is the range on the AA means that certain units can outrange them, certain air units, namely AC-1000s.
Yep.
But in terms of damage output, they're the single most effective AA in the game, not to mention the weak but still present shield and the anti-missile. So lots of versatility here for Ixen building these adapters now.
Ow. I think Zadaika maybe should just transition into either some more land or maybe just go into Fat Boys or something to siege this base. He has the
I was going to say, one Fat Boy turns this whole fight around.
Oh yeah, Ixen moving out with the Loyalist again.
Lots of PD under the shields here. Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna try and take that factory
to get anything done.
He's gonna get it.
He is gonna get the factory, but I don't think he's gonna get much more than that here.
Big unit up north. Zadaika not moving that army back. Got a kite. Nice bombing run.
Bomb's gonna come in and kill a bunch of those loyalists. Adapter's killing out some of the bombers, but saved himself a lot of damage to the unit Dedo there.
Okay, now we gotta get... Yeah. Now we gotta push in on this bridge and start putting some pressure on the base now that Ixen has lost all of his units. Really need to start doing some damage to Ixen's base here. Taking out the expansion. Ixen's now... Wow. 15 mass per second ahead for Zadaika right now.
Wow.
Running away with the economic lead.
How close is that to double Ixen's income?
It is now. He is now double.
It is now, yeah.
Yep. Oh, could see they're a big unit Dedo there, but doesn't get all the units.
Big unit Dedo.
Doesn't get enough.
Doesn't get all of it though. Lots of rockheads still pushing in with meteor support here. This could be the beginning of the end here for Ixen.
Yeah, Ixen throws out the
Ixen's gonna call it.
Yep,
the format is best of threes for these matchups here, so we're going to get at least one more match between Ixen and Zadaika, but Zadaika going to take a pretty handy first win here. A few mistakes in terms of his expansion and how he handled those initial engagements, but overall, he did pretty well at keeping Ixen under control there.
Yeah, and be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back for the next one.
All right, we're here with match 2 between Zadaika and Ixen. These two players put up a pretty good showing, both of them in the first match, and we're going to come in with match 2, starting in the top right, as our white Cybern hero is Ixen, hoping to redeem himself in match 2 here on Iron's Gambit. Titan, would you like to introduce the second player?
Of course, and his opponent now spawning in as the purple UEFACU. We have Zadaika going for his core mass and going into 2 land here. So not going for any air is going to... Wonder how he's going to react to this scout from Ixen flying over his base. Zadaika expanding
One
pretty
air,
heavily to that
one
northern
land.
side.
I was going to say, one air, second land opener for Ixen, whereas Zadaika is going to go double land here. So we'll see how the air control plays into things here.
Yeah,
For
Zadaika.
the cyber player.
Ooh, foregoes the second land factory. Oh, he's going to move it up to the expansion. Good move.
Depression is the key to triumph. Is that how it works, Dusk? Well, then, by God, I'm the most successful man alive.
Hey, I like Echo's
Echo
idea
says
there.
I should be. Echo says I should be happy for the 1v1, and you're right, Echo. You're absolutely right. I will be happy for the 1v1 in Subcom as long as Titan's happy for the 1v1 in almost anything else in my library.
Hey, let's play some Deserts of Karak, you know?
How about you go? I said almost. Go f*** yourself. Also, big shout out to Alpha Hex for making the eco viewer here that myself and Titan are using, giving us a readout of available research, available mass, and available energy, as well as the income per minutes for research and income per second for the other 2 resources. So big shout out to Alpha Hex for doing that.
Yes, of course.
How about
Some might
1v1
see-
bar? Dusk's raised an excellent point, Titan. We should 1v1 in bar.
That would
Fine.
be fun.
No, well, I don't know about 1v1, but for my viewers, you can look forward to a bar stream with Titan coming up later this week. I won't spoil as to what it is, but it will be happening. So, there will be some bar content coming for all the bar players out there. Meanwhile, we've got... I noticed, I didn't notice it until just now, but Zadaika canceled the second land factory in his main base and opted to put it at his expansion. Maybe he's hoping to use it to control the air here via
for the anti-air, yeah.
the anti-air, yeah.
It didn't come up any later than it should have, besides the fact it was built with an NG, but yeah, it just covers his expansion in the north side. And he's expanding very aggressively here.
I was to say, Zadaika has way more expansion under control than Ixen does, which is hilarious given that Ixen's gone air and should be the one allowed to expand for free. Curious to see what the plan is here, though, because I do think that eventually over time, Zadaika will find himself under a pretty significant pressure. Although to be fair, mass guns would be a hilarious way to deal with this. Just not build anti-air at all. Just build mass guns. Call it a day.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh,
that would be pretty funny.
Avasi's already won his round against Soulless Hunters.
Oh boy.
Oh.
I have 7 viewers in my stream today. I'm so happy with that.
That's nice.
Thank you everybody so much for watching. But don't forget that Titan's stream is in the description below if you'd like to go check out his point of view, and he's got a bunch of overlays and other fancy professional stuff that I don't have because I don't know how to make it.
You don't need
and
it,
we
though.
tried to get them to work for me one time, and it turns out that they don't work on it's not that simple.
Oh,
big
nice bombing
bombs.
run.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Made better by Titan peeking out of his mic when he started the comment, because all I heard was oh, and then the cutting out.
Yeah. The Discord does that, doesn't it? Wow. Not caring about the AA there.
No, not really.
Oh,
Without
Soulless is perfectly fine. As long as you're having fun. As long as you're having fun. And yeah, Avasi. Going against Avasi in the first round is rough, man.
Yeah, that's a rough pull. I don't know how Soulless plays, but I guarantee you it's better than you think it is. You were just fighting Awasi.
Yeah, just unlucky.
Ixen's going to expand into 2 more land factories here. He's hoping to capitalize on the loyalist spam, I think, now that he's got pretty solid air control. He's going to force some kind of anti-air response out of Ixen, which means less UEF
nice
tanks to deal
there.
with.
Nice split there. match gets not fun. Understandable. Sorry about that.
These guys are almost dead even on mass income, which is pretty funny.
Wow, they are. Okay. Zdaika's a little ahead now.
Zdaika's a little bit ahead, and he's floating a little bit more, but he's not Loku maxing, so you know we'll forgive him. Loku maxing was what 14,000 and still win.
Yeah.
And still win the match afterwards.
Hey, Zdaika won that other match with about 2K in the bank, so
he did. That's pretty. I don't know if that's Loku maxing levels, but that's a pretty good flex.
Ooh.
He may have been preparing to go into experimentals when he went.
Going for a PD.
PD's gonna go up on this factory.
No units here though.
He's got a P shield and an
Single
engineer
P
to heal the
shield.
factory up. Second P shield. I mean,
That's working. Although the factory might go down
kinda.
here.
Factory might
Factory's
go
gonna
down.
go down.
Yeah, factory's gonna go out.
I think we should have put the
That's not-
shield on the factory there.
Mm-hmm.
The loyalist's gonna run away after
He
taking
is
that
going to
factory.
shoot this off, though. There was not
Ooh.
enough loyalists there to deal with this point defense.
We have a gantry coming up for Ixon, so we're gonna see some megas on the field here soon.
These
And
guys
although-
are practically dead even on eco. This is crazy.
Although the P shields are going to be very effective here for Zdaika against the megas, as long as he's able to continue spamming out this small land. These P shields are
How
going to
many?
become very
I
effective.
don't suppose. Do we have anybody in Titan's chat that would know, or mine? How many P shields is it to stop a megalith effectively? How many do you need?
I think
Sure.
I think it's around
It's
like
like
around
8,
10 to
right?
20. Yeah, 10 to 20
Is
where
it?
you
Is
want
it
the
10?
numbers to be. Yeah.
Yeah, P shields are very effective for anybody in my. I know some of the more casual players in my chat may not know, but the UEF P shield often gets overlooked by newer players for not being very good because, well, no gun. But something to keep in mind is that it has much more shield health and regular health than the Cybern adapter does. It's like I don't remember the exact numbers on the shield now. I think it's. I don't know, 600 health or something, a significant increase over the amount of shield health for the adapter. Meanwhile, we have demolishers coming up here to delay these tanks from pushing in, and it's going to be pretty effective. Zdaika doesn't yet know about the fact that the land gantry, and as soon as he sees that, he's going to be forced to do something about it.
These MMLs, as long as he builds a few more of them, he could take this gantry out from afar. These Brackmen are going to be very useful, though, for poking at this UEF army. I have very varying answers in the chat. I have 7 to 30 P shields. Jeez.
Watch Titan instead of Loku, that's what I heard. Well, you know, Dusk, if that's what you want to do, man, go for it.
Wow.
Titan's a good caster.
Hey, we're both here, so, like, you get both of us in one stream, either if you watch
Yeah.
either or.
Either way, you get both commentaries. It's all right.
Yeah. And one of them you get behind the scenes, so.
I was to say, Titan cuts out between matches. I don't. There's the difference.
That is a good difference.
That is a good difference, actually, now that I think about it. Zdaika should be aware of this this land gantry now.
Ooh.
So he's going to have to do something.
Bombing run in the P shields fall. The Brackmen get massive hits. Ixon waiting for
Massive
those
hits from the
Brackmen
bombers.
to take out the P shields, and the bombers come in and take a chunk out of that UEF army. And Zdaika's going to have to back up here.
That's an absolutely clinical hit, I think. That might be a game-changing blow right there. Zdaika being forced out of this engagement, unable to utilize the mobile missile launchers to any great effect, means that the first megalith is going to come out, the second land gantry is going to get produced, and almost all of Ixon's land forces here are alive. Meanwhile, bombers are picking off this Rockhead raiding force that was sent to an expansion that isn't there.
Yeah, this match is starting to look a little tough for Zdaika to win here with this Mega now coming out and the air with those amazing
tough.
bombing runs. Yeah.
Because here's the trick, right? The bombs may not be what does the damage now, but they'll break enough of the shields that the Megalith won't have any problems breaking through this. And that Megalith AoE is not to be messed with. In fact, it means that Zdaika might not want to control click his units as much anymore, at least until he gets more P shields out here to stop the Megalith. Otherwise, his whole army eats the AoE damage.
Letting this Mega just fire away at the army here is, I don't really think, what you want to see.
Not at all. Already a couple free kills on it.
Yeah. I'm wondering how Zdaika's going to try and deal with this.
a third game streak going up for Ixon. This is going to be an absolutely a nightmare for UEF players around the world. Is this situation right here?
Oh yeah, then Ixon completely foregoing the small units pretty much here and going fully into megalith production.
I really think the UEF needs air control on this map. The UEF player has to get some air control to limit the expansion of a Cybern player. You just have to.
Yeah. He's starting to, although he's keeping up on the economic front, but he's starting to fall behind a bit.
It just goes to show that keeping up on the economic threat front, but look at the position we're in. Anybody would glance at this game and think Ixon's winning.
Yeah.
Ooh. Losing a factory here.
Afterburn here comes out. Gonna try and rush that megalith. Coming in from two sides. This might work if he does it right here.
This could work. There's a second megalith is going to come up though.
Although you don't want to push into the Cybern army.
Power detonate could be a really bad unit detonation here.
And the Brackmen are doing some work here.
Brackmans are doing huge damage. We're seeing most of this UEF army get cleaned up. Actually, this is awful.
Wow. Okay. And if there was unit deto, it would be even worse.
Oh.
Yeah, there's unit deto now. Took out the rest of that UEF force.
Fat Boys are trying to come up, but it might be too little too late.
I think it's too late. Wow, wow, that was a big line of factories. Oh! Jeez, okay. And it looks like Ixon's able to tie it. Yeah.
And that's going to be 1-1. Somebody in my chat, Echo, going to clarify for us. The adapter has less than 140 shield, while the P shield has about 600. That's about what I thought it was. Yeah, going to be a pretty big difference those P shields make, but unfortunately not enough here for Zedaika.
And yeah.
All right. Tied game. It's going to go to the tiebreaker in this best of 3.
And yeah, stay tuned. We'll be back for the tiebreaker match. Alright, welcome back to the tiebreaker match. We are on match point here on Thunder Pass, and I'm going to introduce our player in the north side of the map. We have Zedaika spawning in as the purple UEF ACU once again, going for a single air factory this time, looking to not have to deal with any of those pesky Cybern bombers again like last match. And Loku, would you like to introduce his opponent?
As I mess up my camera angles here a little bit, in the south, playing as our white Cybern hero, we have Ixon, looking to also go first air. So we're going to have some air plays coming out of both commanders this time around. So looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Our first scout's going to meet in the middle here.
Oh, gonna just...
And just going to drive by. Oh! Uh-oh. Bit of a difference in preference here. I always love seeing little details like this. Ixen preferred to ignore Zadaika's scout and go see what was going on in the base, whereas Zadaika wants to get an advantage in the air combat by coming back, meeting up with the second air fighter to kill Ixen's scout and take an early lead, quote-unquote, in the air play.
Oh, and going to go into a second air factory here for Zadaika.
Mm-hmm.
And a research station. Wow, okay.
Wow, 2 air 1 research as UEF on Thunder Pass. I'm dying to know what his plan is here because that sounds.
Look, he's going to win air quick. Look at this.
Yeah, he is.
What he wants to do here.
Maybe.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, AA comes up though. AA comes up.
Factory AA is going to come up. He's got the advantage, but he's not going to get the last kill here. He's actually going to lose some.
Oh, he pulls it away. Oh, no. As long as that plane can stay on the tail of that Gemini, he will win that match, or that engagement.
Second Gemini is going to go
Go.
down.
Lots of planes going down here to AA and the Wasps. And it's equalized either way. And that second air factory still not come up for Zadaika yet.
Hasn't.
Yeah.
Gonna get on the tail of this Gemini though with another Wasp. So now Ixen gonna be losing another fighter craft for pretty minimal damage, all things considered.
He is gonna spot that research station though now. I'm gonna see how he responds to that if he tries to put some pressure on Zadaika for that research station.
I think the plan here is that he's taking complete control of air now for all intents and purposes, meaning that he can expand. He's going to apply exactly what we were talking about earlier. He's going to just be able to do now. He's already got a 2-mass lead per minute over Ixen.
Yeah.
Maybe he's hoping to expand for free here in exchange for early game damage. He's not going to be able to raid anything, but he's going to be able to expand for free, whereas Ixen cannot, just in case bombers come out. That being said, UEF bombers are not the best at soloing land engagements, especially with factory AA coverage.
Maybe the idea here is to go if Ixen does try and do a little bit of raiding. Maybe try and go into those mech guns and cover these expansions out, and just continue pumping out the aircraft until he decides to either transition into land or something else.
You know, they get treated as a joke, kind of.
Wow, yeah, he has mech guns already.
I was literally just about to say, I think they get kind of treated as a joke sometimes because of the research cost associated with getting them, but I in my heart of hearts, I love to think that mech guns are actually a pretty viable option as UEF for securing an expansion, because what is Ixen going to push into his main base with now, right? Nothing.
Yeah, but they do get eventually overwhelmed in the later game, so they only really help in the early game.
Sure.
For quite a big research investment. I think that's why most players
quite a big
don't
research
like
investment.
Into them.
But the difference here is that Zadaika knows, or at least should know, that Ixen doesn't have research stations. So Zadaika's maybe his justification is that he can afford it because he's got a research lead.
Wow, going into 2 more air factories here.
Wow, he is. I was about to say, but triple air UEF against the Cybran. I don't know how to feel about that, because gunships are going to be borderline useless here. Maybe he's hoping for an AC-1000 transition.
Oh no, we're going into land now.
No, there it is.
And
never mind.
Ixen's trying to get some map control here. He's going to flank, but he's going to run face first into a bunch of UEF mass.
How funny would it have been if Zadaika successfully Androssed Ixen?
Oh my god, in a 1v1 like this. In a 1v1 setting like this, I'm not 100% sure.
Ixen would never live that down.
No, he would not. And that turtle loyalist gets
he's gonna try to do the classic loyalist flanking maneuver here, and then find out, oh hey, mass guns, congratulations, raids just don't work now.
Oh yeah, and I would
without
love to
significant investment.
I would love to see Zadaika just throw up a bunch of research stations in the front of his base here.
Yeah,
and just turtle up. Yeah, although we do see Cobras coming out for Ixen, so that's not going to work for long. But the bombers are going to cause problems for them as long as there's no adapters.
Mm-hmm. He's maybe hoping to force the adapters out now so that the tanks can get a better value out, perhaps. Demolishers would also get some value with adapters out in the field because they break the adapter shield so easy and let the bombers come in.
Or MMLs. I think MMLs do that more efficiently.
MMLs. That's true. I love Demolishers, though. I don't know. I always...
You know, they have the best anti-air in the game.
The Demolishers?
Yes, they do.
You know, I really should know about these kinds of strategies by now, but I don't, so do educate me.
It's
Demolisher AA is a new one.
Yeah, the researchable UEF like AA for the land, the Demolisher gets the strongest of it.
What?
Yep.
The Demolisher, really?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
Like, it's stronger than the same upgrade that it gives to... Because it's the same upgrade that goes to the Rockheads. The Demolisher AA
is
from
stronger.
the upgrade is stronger.
Wow. Okay.
What?
Yes, it is. Ixen going into some Gemini here, trying to jump on these bombers, but Zadaika still has enough fighters to deal with this right now.
Oh, yeah. Zadaika making damn sure to get control of the air here. And honestly, I mean, if he gets to take out these kind of mass extractor numbers for free, it'd work out for him, but it's going to take him a minute to take these down.
I think we need to see Ixen putting some pressure on the base. As I say that, he starts to move up, and okay.
I was going to say.
Yeah, Ixen needs to push up to about here onto these two mexes, and needs to start bombarding the base here with his MMLs. He does have them. I don't know why he's just kind of sitting out. He could throw up some anti-air and cover them with his army. But now he even has the adapters.
Feels like he's missing something here, because I don't understand why he's not pushing up a little bit more.
I think it might be he's out of practice. It might just be he's a little hesitant. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not used to seeing this from him. I think he should push up and try to siege the base.
Scout from the Zadaika is going to scout the main base and find no research stations.
Yeah,
gonna eventually be a problem here for Ixen, I think, if he doesn't build some research against Zadaika. Because Zadaika's got 3 research stations, 4 up now, so he's going to be well ahead on research.
Yeah, we really need to see Ixen come up. He's got these adapters now. I don't know why he's just sitting here. He really needs to do some damage to Zadaika's base at this point. You've kept him kempt out of these expansions, and you've
more
lost
land factories.
Of your own. You need to do some. You need to do some damage. Like Zadaika is slowly going to be able to pull this game into his advantage. He's got 28.3 mass per second to Ixen's 23.
The longer Ixen waits here, I think the worse it's going to get for him. We are seeing the classic UEF linear snowball.
Oh my god, we have shield generators coming up for Zadaika.
Oh my god.
And yeah, we waited too long.
He is turtling.
We waited too long.
He is turtling.
These shields are going to cause a lot of trouble for these Cobras, which suck against shields.
Cobras are going to take forever to break a combination of
Look at this.
Of
they
shields
barely do any
and
damage.
factory shield. They don't do anything.
Jeez.
Oh my god, they're awful.
Yeah, they're awful.
And UEF shields regenerating over time, even without them having been broken, is going to compound that effect.
And them being overlaid into the factory shields. Ixen, he waited too long. He needed to be doing this way sooner. And look how many Cobras this is.
Now.
Look how many Cobras this is, and they're not doing anything.
Big bombing run trying to happen here. Oh my god, that's a lot of Eagle Eyes.
Jeez. Gonna just
He's looking to get 1 passes off on some of these mass extractors. He doesn't quite have the numbers for it yet, but he's getting there.
Oh, these PD are shredding.
Does he have the cluster bomb?
No.
He doesn't have the cluster.
If he has it, you'll see like an orangey glow on the bombs.
Yeah. I was gonna say if he gets cluster bombs in, these mass extractors will be very 1 passable from these Eagle Eyes.
Yeah, Zadaika's still ahead on the mass per second. Maybe.
Oh my god, more shields in the base going up, and he has got layered shielding now. The forward shield is overlaid by the other 2 shields in the back. That's going to make it borderline impossible for these Cobras to do anything by themselves.
You know, I'm wondering if Zadaika has gone into the UEF economic research upgrades. Because he's got a lot of mass per second, even though he's only sitting on his main base right now. Oh, don't run into the unit Detto.
Oh,
big unit Dettos!
Oh, man!
Bombs coming in, though. He's got the cluster upgrade. Yep, there you go.
There we go.
I think the pretty equal trade there because of the unit Detto and a lot of planes going down.
It's pretty rough pretty rough trade there for both sides, honestly. But I think that's still going to be a defensive advantage for Zadika.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Zadika. He places that land factory down, and it instantly gets killed by the Cobras.
I've been waiting to see the kind of strats we saw in the last 1v1 tournament with people bombing factory blueprints right as they get placed so that they get insta killed.
I have a short of me doing that to somebody.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's painful.
Ooh, bunch of land factories getting queued up now. Zadika knows he's got air control. He wants to bring it into an advantage with the tank numbers now.
Zadika is floating. Oh, gonna go into Fat Boys here. He is floating a lot of mass. Gonna be able to afford all of this with no problem at all. Needs to spend that.
Oh my god. He's putting more shield generators down. You monster! You monster! Layered UEF shielding is so ridiculous against Cobras here.
It's really painful. I mean, there's really nothing Nixon can do about it. There's all these mech
and
guns,
shields. He's gonna have rock heads sitting under layered factory and base shields, wailing on some of these as these loyalists if they get it as they get into range. The adapter shields are not going to be enough.
You know what I would like to see
if they come into range of the base defenses
is maybe some UEF transport shenanigans. Drop some MMLs in the back of Ixen's base and just MML the hell out of these expansions. I think that would be
I think he should
effective.
Embrace I don't know about effective, but certainly funny. I think I want to see him embrace the monstrosity he's creating with these layered shielding and build some short range PD.
Or the artillery?
Build some short range arty and just don't set them to hold fire. Wait for Ixen to come into firing range and then harden them all. Harden like 6 of them.
Jesus.
Watch them evaporate the whole army.
I mean, Fat Boys are going to do essentially the same thing.
I almost didn't notice this. Ixen is slowly coming into the air game. Look at the Geminis stacking up.
Yeah, wow. And
he's hoping to take away some of the air control here.
Yeah, Zadika doesn't see this, although this should be right in his radar. He's not responding to it at all.
It should be, but it doesn't look like he's responding. I mean, he's still building wasps now, but that is at least significant enough to make sure bombing raids are certainly not going to be free anytime soon. Uh-oh.
Oh, gonna hide under the shield, though.
And shields.
Yeah.
Layered shields. Oh, man, the layered shields are doing a ton
This bombing run's gonna be rough.
Oh, God.
Oh,
yeah,
oh my God.
That's bad. That's bad. That was a pretty probably a quarter of that army just died.
And AA does come up on the mass extractors there. Okay, yeah, I get that now, JLX.
Man.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Ixen is now catching up because his mass extractors are starting to vet up now.
I was right. We
Wait,
do see
what the hell?
Coming up.
Zadika going straight into 2 King Cryptors.
Oh my God! What?
What the hell?
He's been stockpiling research.
What are we seeing?
2 King That's gonna talk about breaking the will of the opponent. Ixen's gonna see 2 King Cryptors walk up and be like, "All right, well,
I'm done." And we just got the AA upgrade, so we got some of the strongest AA in the game on those demolishers now.
Crazy. I didn't know that. Why would the demolisher get stronger AA than the rockheads?
No idea.
Hilarious.
Please do not get unit deadoed here again. He's gonna walk right into the Cybern. Oh, he backs up. There we go. There we go.
Bombs! Oh my God!
Oh my God! All the adapters
tore the entire front side apart.
All the adapters are down, and the unit AA now opens up on all these Gemini, going to just evaporate them out of the air.
Oh my God!
Jeez.
That's disgusting from this position. I'd love to know what JWix in your chat thinks about this, because JWix is notoriously a UEF main.
Pretty much just bash me for saying that Zadika went for the eco upgrade because he just had them sooner and they vetted up. But yeah, I haven't.
Get bashed.
Yeah.
Those are some awfully healthy mass extractors with 10,000 health.
Oh yeah. I think those are fully vetted by this point, yeah.
I was going to say, that might be some unit veterancy or structure veterancy upgrades from research for that. 10k health is kind of wild on a mass extractor. What do the back ones have? 7,000, 7,800. Okay,
there,
yeah.
We got a cryptor out.
Extra 2,000 health. 2,000 and a bit.
And for your information, Loku, the AA damage is based on the base damage of the unit, and demolishers have more base damage than a tank.
What?
Yeah.
What? That's insane.
Yeah.
Right,
And we
so
have 2 King
Demolishers,
Cryptors on the field now.
I want to spam Demolishers at somebody and then watch the sheer confusion when the AA tears them to tiny pieces.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Also, Ixon's gonna see these Cryptors here in just a second if he hasn't already, and be like, "All right, I'm done."
Yeah. There they go. They're opening up on the army now.
There we go.
Oh
yeah,
no.
It's gonna be all she wrote for that.
Oh.
Gonna go right through the shields here.
They do not care. This is insane.
Do not give a single shit about adapters.
This is an insane first match, or like first round.
First set, yeah. Second Cryptor walking up.
Oh my god. Ixon seeing the first one, the morale already drops by half, and then the second one drops it the rest of the way.
Yeah, that's a pretty rough.
Jeez.
Bro got away with King Cryptors on Thunder Pass. Insane.
Slowly eating away at this base here. It is taking a while. These adapter shields are...
He's just sitting there, chewing through the adapter shields.
Yeah.
Ixon's sitting in his main base, he doesn't know what to do, and you can tell he's just got his units bunched up going, alright, cool.
Yep, oh, and here comes the air. Yeah. They're gonna bomb the army here, I think. Yeah.
Oh man, oh boy. Oh, they don't quite get through.
No, but it breaks the shields. Through. Oh, yeah, and the King Cryptors are now shredding the units. Yeah.
Yeah. Demolishers opening up on everything that comes within the range.
Yep.
Jesus.
Yeah, like the aircraft can't do anything with the UEF units there.
Ixon trying to bomb out some of the smaller land forces here, but the mobile Demolisher and Rockhead AA just gonna decline to acquiesce.
Yeah.
All of that.
Hell no.
What's the full quote? I decline to acquiesce to your request. Means no.
Oh, Ixon going for a Magnetron here. Gonna try and push those King Cryptors away from the base. That is not a bad move.
Oh my god. That's,
and long-range artillery
you know
coming up. I like this.
I respect the refusal to give in here from... Wait, what did you say?
He's going long-range arty and a Magnetron. Going to try and keep those King Cryptors away from the base and just arty the shit out of them.
That would be hilarious. He's building... He's gonna get 2 Magnetrons up.
This needs to come up quick.
Yeah, those got to go up like right now.
Because his forward position has just fallen. He's now the pressure is now going to come in on his main base. Oh, he forgot to hold fire one of the long range arties, so it does start.
He's going to reveal the arty. If Zadaiko is paying attention, he'll see this.
Yeah, or hear it.
Or hear it.
Oh yeah, jeez. And more King.
Magnetron's almost done. Massive delaying action by Ixon here as the artillery comes online and starts firing into the back lines.
It's very interesting.
And I'll tell you what, Cobras may not be good against shielding.
There you
but,
go.
Cybern artillery is.
The Magnetron opens up, pushing those King Cryptors away from the base.
Ooh, gonna push them up against the cliff though. They're not gonna get.
Oh, he's gonna try and unit deto it. Oh, this might go so well.
This is gonna be something. Oh boy!
Oh, but the King Cryptors absolutely demolish it. Jesus.
God.
And he's trying to pull them in now. Okay. Gonna try and structure Detto. Gonna try and structure Detto here, I think.
Yeah.
Or just shred them. Oh,
well,
it's working.
Gonna do a lot of damage,
but it goes down, and now they're just gonna open up on the ACU and gonna come in with a combined arms bombing run.
Oh boy!
Ixon's down, and down goes our white Cybern ACU. And
lots of respect to Ixon for trying to do something there at the end. He didn't just capitulate when he saw the Cryptors come out. But yeah, that is a rough take. All air into a land transition into King Cryptors. Ignoring Fat Boys. What a crazy match from Zadaika there. Jesus.
Definitely one that will have to go to Steel for sure. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. What's up, Blaine? Welcome to this chat.
All right, we'll be back for round 2, so do be sure to stay tuned.
right, moving into set number 2 here, at least for the ones that we've casted. We have a pretty legendary matchup here on Open Palms as our first round. Starting in the top right on the north side, we have Soul Ripper as the yellow Cybran. And he's up against another legendary opponent, Titan. Go ahead and introduce who he's fighting off.
And his opponent also playing as a warm color. Here we have J-Wix going for UEF and playing orange, of course. He is throwing down a single air factory and expanding to the customary Open Palms expansions. Everybody does know and love this map. It is very popular in the 1v1 community and tournaments, 3v3s, FFAs, and the like. And yeah, again, like Loku said, a legendary matchup between Soul Ripper and J-Wix here.
Both of these players going to go first air, it looks like. Although, notably, J-Wix is going to open with a bomber to Soul Ripper's fighter bomber, so we'll see. I'm curious about not going Wasp first here.
J-Wix going for the Eagle Eye as it is the cheaper aircraft for the Scout.
Ah, I see. That makes sense.
Yep. Oh, and we get the customary line of J-Wix energy.
I was just about to say something about that. After getting Cryptered, Ixen, you got Cryptered, man.
So sorry.
This is what you get. Honestly, this is just karmic retribution for the amount of times that you've Ixened somebody. Let's be real.
That's very true. Nice to have us both on stream. Hell yeah.
Also want to note we've had no Illuminate so far.
Hey, I'm not complaining.
I was gonna say no complaints out of me. I wonder if that says something about Illuminate players. Aeon cringe. I need Aeon cringe as a meme or as an emoji for my chat, so that all the people who don't understand what that meme is can be spammed by all the people who do.
Oh yeah. Well, we have J-Wix going into 2 air here as he's spotted Soul Ripper only did 1. Almost Ixen Zadaika in the first game, man. Dude, you should have pushed earlier. He was almost dead.
You should have pushed. You were so hesitant, Ixen. You were so hesitant. It's not like you at all.
No.
This is the man who triple research Cybran calmed me on fucking God, what was that? Ooh. That stupid map? I don't even remember now. But yeah, can't believe the man who triple research calm bombed me was hesitant.
Puts no in parentheses.
Puts no.
And Soul Ripper almost taking out that radar, but doesn't quite get it. It does complete before the bombs do drop.
And it's going to be
J-Wix just kind of standing there staring at it before he repairs it. There we go.
Yeah, J-Wix has bombers up, and he's got a pretty significant amount of fighters up. Immediately run away with air control, I think. And all it'll take is one good engagement to get rid of the Soul Ripper's air forces here. And those bombers are going to shoo away these loyalists pretty effectively. Going to shut down the raiding opportunities pretty well.
Yeah, and Soul Ripper's still producing air. Going for AA on the factories. I'm assuming he's just going to pivot around his anti-air. And also doing a very similar line of energy back there to J-Wix.
I'm always surprised by how effective and meaningful air is on this map, just because it looks and feels like it should be a map where there's not enough space for air to be effective, but Open Palms is deceptively big. A lot of people, like newer players, I guess I should clarify, think of it as a small map, but Open Palms is a pretty medium-sized, decently big map. I mean, it is designed for 6 players to play in free-for-all.
Soul Ripper is doing a great thing here. He's going to push up as J-Wix's air is on his side of the map, going to try and either draw J-Wix's air out of his base and try and do some damage with his own air and his units while J-Wix is distracted in his base. Going to bring the fighters back, though, and going to try and catch these Geminis out of position. They're going to fly right over an adapter.
I think he is. He's going to manage to get the swing around on these Geminis. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. There it is.
Yeah, bad engagement there.
Complete loss of air control. Adapters are out, but it's not going to be enough to stop these losses from happening. And I think Soul Ripper should pivot away from the air plays at this point. But he's a better player than I am, so maybe he's got a reason for continuing to produce the fighters here.
I do think he should stop the air production at this moment, as
Mexicons
come out, gonna completely stop this. here from Soul Ripper. He's gonna have to back out of this.
Oh yeah.
Got Max Guns. Gonna take this one Mass Extractor out though. Oh, J-Wix does start repairing it. I don't think he's gonna get it anymore.
Nope. The mass guns are just gonna sit there and 1v1 this commander because commander repair rate is broken OP versus in comparison to commander damage apparently.
Yeah, commander damage is puny in the beginning of the game.
Oh yeah. You know, I've always had people go back and forth with me about the most effective commander in terms of potential damage, and I will always hold that the Cybern commander is far and away has the most potential. In terms of
100%
doing damage.
Definitely not the most tankiest commander in the game, but can deal out a lot of damage, that is for sure.
I was going to say, I thought for a very long time when I was a newer player that the Illuminate commander was the best because of the shield.
It definitely wins in
the
the tanky, because you get the nanites and the shield.
I think in terms of the commander 1v1, the Illuminate commander beats the Cybern commander, but in terms of dealing actual damage to the base, the Cybern commander wins because the AoE is much better at shutting down units and killing clumped up buildings.
Ooh, bombing run coming here near. Yeah, I do agree with that with the nano and the damage over time. One adapter goes down there. Nice split on the units. Not gonna gonna let J-Wix bomb out a bunch of units like that happened in the 2v2 tournament a while back. Gonna get that NG.
Picking up that NG there is actually pretty big. Gonna slow down the expansion because now he's got to queue one up and potentially cancel some other queues to get one out, or make do with just the one.
Oh yeah, and we're going into a little bit of an MML back and forth here, or TML back and forth here. Well, the adapters are going to definitely help with this situation for Soul Ripper, and that extra engineer, like you said, does come out of the factory there to continue the expansion with the adapters covering it now. Ooh, research station.
Honestly, He's got the bomber numbers. I think J-Wix should go pressure that rear expansion, kill that engineer, kill that anti-air tower, and just wipe out the research station, the mass back there. It'd be some pretty nice, almost free kills, I think, if he sent his air forces to the rear. But of course, that does open him up to the land push. But right now, there's not really significant numbers to do that with, especially not with max guns being a mech guns being a thing.
Yeah, and we see J-Wix doing something he likes to do. We have 4 engineers sitting in his expansion down there. He's going to spam out a bunch of engineers and try and spend his mass when he gets it. Yeah, he does like to do that. He loves his engineers. There we go. Some bombing runs into these rockheads that are trying to some flanking.
As long as he doesn't kill bro with field engineers, we'll be okay. Because that's like right up there with top 10 insulting ways to die. In a game period, just getting murdered with mass field engineer. That's a rough man.
I think the shields into the King Cryptors was a little bit worse.
I don't know. Have you ever recycled somebody to death before?
I have indeed, yes.
My favorite is to do it to another fellow Cybern, so that you can then take his own structures and power detonate his commander with them.
This does look like a Soul Ripper nano strat, doesn't it? Because he did this in Venus Forge a while back. Oh, nice bombing run. Oh, it doesn't get the bulk of the army though. Just takes out the MML in the back.
Don't quite get it.
Yeah, Soul Ripper going for the Cybern Death Ball here. I do agree. Gonna try and do that little PD strategy, although
J-Wix is just gonna a little run by coming out of the Rockheads here. Going to run by into the back lines here. Wow, some adapters moving to coverage, but expecting the airplay, but nothing to really deal with these tanks that have moved into the back. Very annoyingly, there's only a few of them, but
some good bombing runs coming out from Soul Ripper, even with the lower amount of air units. Making good use of them. Gonna divert those planes back to deal with that flank back there, which is the right move. Although why
is he?
He's not. Now he turns him around.
He's thinking he can get a bombing run off. He wants to go for the bombing run.
These UEF MMLs are rough, taking out one of the land factories, even with all these adapters here.
Meteor spams, so good. And honestly, they even do pretty good damage to units on the rare occasion that they do connect.
Oh,
There's so many of them that they actually cover a spot for such a long time when they fire.
Jeez, factories just going down. Both of the factories in center are down.
Crazy that these are all going down so quickly, even with all the adapters here. That's wild, actually.
Yeah, what is Soul Ripper's plan?
Still tanks in the back line for Soul Ripper here. J-Wix slowly killing more and more structures with 2 tanks.
Oh, we're going Megaliths here. No Nano. Yeah, no wonder Soul Ripper's so behind on the land factories right now. He's saving up for the Megalith, but I don't know.
I don't know
if that's the right move
Not
because
with the bomber
has a Fat Boy coming up right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Finally cleans up that flank in the back there. Those 2 tanks though, they killed what, 2 energy gens and anti-air tower? Not very much, but still annoying.
Yeah, Megalith is not the right move here, I don't think. I agree with you.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, the Fat
One good power
building.
detonate would be really good against this UEF blob here, but
he just spent
hasn't
all his
really
res.
been able to get it in position. Yeah. He must not know about the Fat Boy. He hasn't been able to scout because of the air control.
Gonna try and get a good bombing run in here.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, nice bombing run there.
Oh, boy. Pretty good pickoff there.
J-Wix tries to engage those Geminis, but all he has is bombers over there, so they just stare at him a little bit and turn back around.
They just kind of look menacingly in his direction, like, you son of a bitch.
Yeah. Soul Ripper going into 3 gantries here. J-Wix almost already has 2 built with his ACU. So yeah, this is not looking great. Oh, going into a 4th gantry. Soul Ripper going into a lot of gantries. He doesn't have the energy for this. Building some more engineers to try and get that energy up. And UEF anti-air on the units. Going to basically say
gonna wipe out a bunch of those.
Yeah, they're all dead.
3 or 4 of them at least. Yeah.
Half that Air Force is now down for Soul Ripper.
2. Oh, a 3rd and 4th gantry going up, but only one of the gantries is producing. There we go. There's the 2nd gantry starting to produce, starting to resolve the energy crisis here a little bit.
Yeah. Pumped out.
J-Wix is floating a bunch of energy.
Yeah, that's normal J-Wix things there. With that big line of energy in the back.
Oh my god. He's decided, you know what, I don't want to worry about it, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah. Soul Ripper trying to harass J-Wix expansion with these few Gemini, but anti-air comes up on the mass extractors now.
Meanwhile, J-Wix's air is picking off structure after structure in the back lines now.
Oh yeah.
Pretty much uncontested.
And the first Fat Boy is out, and J-Wix is starting to move down middle with his army.
With 2 more well on the way, it's worth noting.
And one just completed at the base.
Yeah, there we go. And the 3rd one is 2/3 of the way done. So gonna be a huge amount of pressure put on Soul Ripper here.
Honestly, when these
I don't know that this Megalith
though,
is gonna be able to. I don't know.
These Megas are about to come out. Oh, he stopped assisting it. Stopped assisting it with his commander.
I don't know that he hasn't. That those Megaliths are going to be enough to make up for the losses he's about to incur. He's about taking some pretty gnarly damage in the back line, and those bombers, they can whip around and put the hurt on these Megaliths pretty well. With the Fat Boys breaking the adapter shields. Yeah.
Yeah.
2nd Fat Boy's up.
Nixon also saying in the chat that he feels in a more comfortable position when he sees his opponent as a Cybern going into Megaliths as a UEF player. Yeah. J-Wix in apparently a comfortable position here, based off of what Ixon is saying. Which I do agree. I feel like UEF is put into a better position when they're not getting harassed by a Cybern player.
UEF being given time can eventually outscale the Siren relatively easily. It's when the Siren is on top of preventing expansion and forcing research to be spent on things other than units.
Yep. And yeah, these 3 Fat Boys are just they're just
Bomber's gonna take out a gantry in the back line.
And Soul Ripper throws out the
call
GG.
the GG.
Yep. And
well
boom.
played from J-Wix. J-Wix kind of controlled that entire match, I feel like.
Yeah, I do have to agree.
Soul Ripper put up a hell of a showing, but I think J-Wix knew exactly what he wanted to have happen there.
Yep, and we'll be back with round 2 to see how that goes as well.
Underpass.
Hello and welcome back to Game 2 of our first Round 2 match. We are now on Thunder Pass, and gonna let our players get their build queue set up a little bit. I did transition it a little early this time around. Okay, I'm just gonna introduce our southern player, Jaywick, spawning in as the orange UEF ACU, going for a single air factory and going to expand to both of the other spawns here on Thunder Pass. And Loku, would you like to introduce his opponent?
I would. In the north, playing as the yellow Illuminate Aeon player. It makes me mean he's playing as random. I thought he was set as Siren. We have Soul Ripper opening first land, and this will be our first showing of Aeon in fact tournament so far. He's going to go into 2 land, actually, on Thunder Pass, so this will be hopefully an interesting matchup.
You know, I completely forgot he was playing random. I have it set as Siren.
I had no idea. He's playing as random, so we're gonna get our first showing of Illuminate after all. And Jaywick's is gonna scout this. He's gonna see the 2 land play. Curious to see what he does in reaction.
Now, as Solarper is playing Illuminate, I really hope he does not switch into Harvogs here for the anti-air against the aircraft. It doesn't look like he is,
right? Because the Crocodile actually are still effective, right? And then the Yinzus are equivalent with the Rockheads until upgrades happen.
Yeah, so the Yenzus will be better against the Rockheads than the Harvogs will, for sure. And yeah, we're going into Crocodiles.
How do you feel about a sniper bot transition against UEF here as the player?
It's always rough. We've seen Jaywick's fall to that in under about 4 minutes from Fox Terminal, but Solarper doing it, I'm not 100% sure.
What?
Yeah, in the Winter 1v1 tournament. Oh,
Tech
TML!
missile coming
Whoa!
up.
Oh, that is so
What?
mean. Jaywick says ew. Oh.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't even have any idea what you said about the sniper bot transition I asked about because I was watching this tac missile launcher come up and going, "What in the hell?"
That is actually disgusting. I
That's
hate that.
awful.
So for why?
Soul Reaper, no! And it's gonna work too. He's already killing core mass.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's
He
disgusting.
kind of lets that engineer die though, which is kind of sad.
Every single bit of opening research has to go into building that this early, doesn't it?
About,
his
I
research
think
points.
6 points. Yeah, 6 points going.
Yeah.
No wonder he didn't go Harvogs. He's fucking TMLing.
We went fucking TML! Oh my god! And then the bombers are not gonna manage to kill it. He's got a point defense gonna go up for fending off the commander.
Oh, the ACU's gonna kill it!
ACU block
ACU
didn't
gets
manage
it.
to happen.
Wow, and he reclaims the wreckage.
No, he's getting jumped on though.
Only gonna take out 2 core mass.
It may not.
Oh,
It may not matter. He may not matter. He's got too many tanks. There's no tanks out of Jaywicks here.
I don't think Soul Reaper knows this is just MMLs. He needs to jump on him right now.
He needs to jump on him right now. If he doesn't, he has to jump on this right now.
Yeah, but Jaywicks
not
is already
doing it.
out of it. Jaywicks is already out of it.
He's not doing it. He's what? What? What are we seeing?
This is very interesting game here.
What is going on?
Normally the TML matches don't end up being this crazy, but the ones in these recent FET tournaments have been quite interesting. The one on Sky City a while ago,
man.
and now this one. Jeez. Gonna rebuild that TML.
He's gonna try. He's gonna get the cost reduction, putting it over the wreckage, but
Yeah.
he could just kill him. He could totally just jump onto Jaywicks here, and I don't think he has any idea about that. Jaywicks is gonna fix it here soon, though. More UEF coming up.
Hasn't rebuilt his core mass yet. His engineers are
More
idle.
UEF, more rockheads. Jaywicks shaken by the TML. He's hoping to put a stop to this position first and foremost.
These MMLs are gonna do it, but like not enough rockets here. He's gotta be careful.
He has to be very careful.
The PD
Oh
does
my
go
god,
down.
he could get Ixened. He's gonna get Ixened if he's not careful.
Oh no. And Soul Reaper not jumping on him. I don't know why. He's got a bunch of AA.
Oh boy.
Bunch of AA.
Bomber's not gonna get a bunch, not get
Kratos
much stem
tickling him to
there.
death. And another land factory coming up for Soul Reaper.
You know what? Despite it all, Jaywicks has expanded his eco despite not reclaiming those 2 core mass. He's actually making more mass per tick now than Soul Reaper is.
Yeah, Soul Reaper hasn't expanded off the back of this. He's got the mass to build AA and expand, but he just hasn't.
Oh my god, the wreckage of the TML is still there. Is he gonna try to put the factory shield up and then replace the TML?
Oh. I mean, yeah, that's something that's definitely very possible here. Yeah, exactly what he's doing.
That's exactly what he's doing!
Oh, God.
And then he's gonna put the turret back down immediately, and it's gonna fast build because there's a wreckage. Oh my god! Oh, but the factory was misplaced.
Oh!
The shield doesn't
Yeah.
cover the TML.
Wow.
Uh-oh! That's
Wow.
a huge waste.
Jeez, that's really rough.
That's a lot of mass that just went down the drain there.
Jaywick's now scouting
Like
the
a
back
lot.
line. Gonna find no expansions back here.
What is Soul Reaper doing?
I don't know. I think he needs to give up this TML and trying to expand.
He needs to expand and then start upgrading these tanks because these rockhead numbers are getting up now, and eventually he's gonna find himself in a very much on the back foot here.
Yeah,
If
he's
he's
still
not
ahead
careful.
on factories though.
Jaywick's up 4 mass per tick.
Yeah, it's starting to climb. Good engagement here for Soul Reaper. Catching a lot of those forward rockheads out, killing a good bit of them. Now he's just targeting the MMLs. You want to kill those though too. Yeah, a lot of these UEF units are starting to go down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, picking off these MMLs. Oh, barely gets that one.
Oh my god, the final shot killing that MML.
Yeah, and the TML's back up
Oh
now.
my god, that TML's going. He's a monster. He's so determined to get this done. The bombers
Oh, gonna have to split here. Careful.
Oh.
There we go. He splits. Nice bombing run, picking off 2 of the AA units.
2 AA goes down.
And another
One
good
bomber
engagement
goes down
Soul
for
Ripper
it.
here, honestly.
Surely not. Oh my god, the TAC missiles are killing it's killing mass extractors again.
Oh no.
That's one mass extractor that's dead.
Oh, they're pretty even on land forces here.
Ooh, the repair's gonna... Nope. There it goes.
Yeah, they two-shot those mass extractors. And when those TMLs get
the
vetted
engineer actually allowed it to survive a third shot because of the repair.
No, eventually when these TMLs get vetted up, they one-shot the mass extractors.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the longer that it gets to live, the worse this becomes.
Oh yeah. And Soul Ripper jumping on the reclaim field here, going to try and suck up all this free mass that's here in the center.
And you know what? It's equalizing the mass per second.
Yeah, and that's really important at this point. Now Soul Ripper trying to expand to the left side of the map.
Force fired at a mass extractor. He's force firing that TAC missile because it just fired at a mass extractor that's not actually built.
Yeah, he doesn't have coverage.
So he's just guaranteeing the kills.
Yep.
Even though he doesn't know that they're not there. Another good engagement coming out of these Yinzu tanks here. These kills are important, honestly. J-Wix needs to maintain his numbers so he can get the jump. You know...
Yeah, Soul Ripper just keeping away from the forward position.
I think the cluster bombs are the way forward here. Cluster bomb upgrade on the Eagle Eyes and getting a good hit with these bombs would be all it would take to turn this around to some degree.
These splits are very nice here from Soul Ripper, though. Only taking out 1 to 2 units per bomb is not effective. And yeah, these Senus jump on the rockets. They're taking out like a bunch at once. Another bombing run incoming here. Oh, I like that. Moving the Crowdhouse out so they have more time to fire at the bombers as they come in. Good bombing run there, finally!
Bombs.
There you go.
There's the bomb drop that we needed. There we go. Gonna equalize those tank numbers up pretty nicely here.
Oh, yeah, I do like... What? Wow, that radar
TAC missile just killed a tank. That's funny.
What?
I just watched the TAC missile kill a tank.
Oh, Chrome Shields come up on the Yenzus now. Gonna make these things a lot tankier.
Oh boy, Chrome Shield's gonna be a big upgrade here. There are Demolishers out now for J-Wix. Demolisher's gonna make these tanks a lot more susceptible to damage now.
Yeah, and these Eagle Eye numbers are slowly dropping as they fly over the Crawdads.
Mm-hmm.
The TML is down, by the way. J-Wix got it.
Sacrifice the bombers for it. But look at how many mass extractors went down in the interim. He's down by... Wait, what? He's still up?
He's still ahead on Eco, yeah. Doesn't matter. And we do have Magna Cluster Bombs here for J-Wix, I think. Unless I was seeing the demo. I might have been seeing the Demolisher shells.
Live through this insane... What a wild TAC missile play out of Soul Ripper, though. I mean, Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. You glad you stopped by for the tournament?
Yeah, I am. Holy shit. Very glad I stopped by.
Yes, hope he did.
Yeah, J-Wix running away with the mass, but saying that there's a lot of Yinzu up still.
Okay, Soul Ripper is now trying to expand, but he's getting jumped on by those Eagle Eyes.
Oh boy! Almost got some huge hits from the Demolishers there. That was very close.
Yeah, J-Wix is not ahead because of the TML, but a lot of his Master Structures have been alive for a long time, especially these. But yeah, they've been there for a while, and they are vetting up. He's slowly getting ahead on the Eco. And yeah, look at all these
only
factories.
that factory had been placed to fit the TML underneath the factory shields. That could have made all the difference. He's having it under a factory shield.
Oh yeah, and it's been kind of just barely out of the factory shield. Oh, he's gonna finish that AA with the commander as his engineer died. Oh, he can't build it from the cliff, really? Huh. PD here for Soul Ripper, going to assist this engagement. A lot of units going down on both sides. A factory goes down for Soul Ripper.
pretty massive fight happening here through the middle. Nobody really gaining an advantage there. Sorper managing to dodge the Demolishers. We do have a few Yenzus on a run by here, looking to maybe shut down some mass extractors. Do we see mix guns out for Jwix? No, it doesn't look like it.
And Jwix trying to bomb the main base, but AA gets thrown up on the factories. Really get nothing done besides taking out an engineer, and they're going to go after the expanded mass.
He's going to get some of these backline mass, yeah. Sorper slowly building research and mass with his commander now. He's being forced to expand with his comm.
Yeah, I see that. Jeez,
it's a dangerous position.
Jwix scared of a snipe right now, hiding under all those shields.
Bunch of...
Holy crap. Crazy tank-on-tank battle here in the center.
I can't help but think just like 3 or 4 sniper bots mixed into this composition here would let him take some of these fights at longer range, force Jwix into a poor engagement.
I don't know. I do think the tanks are where it's at right now. He just doesn't have the production. He's falling behind.
Yeah, he really doesn't. I mean, saying that though, he's managing to keep up pretty well here. The chrome shields on these Yenzus, but it's starting to.
They're starting to dwindle.
Turn into Jwix. Yeah.
Yeah, look at those numbers now. Waning Yenzu tanks now at this point. Eventually, not going to be enough to hold back the
Crucial to note that the point defense has gone down. There's no more point defense helping this fight.
It is getting rebuilt now, though, but the factory covering it goes down. Wow,
Solar, if we're going to call the GG. Wild.
I guess
absolutely wild.
Jeez. Yeah, I guess throwing away his morals to go TML will not win him the game, and he still loses.
Yeah. Tried to TML him. That's crazy. Honestly, I have to reiterate. I think. Oh yeah, that was awesome. Maybe it seems silly, but I really think the key moment here was the TML not being under the factory shield. That TML died 3 times, 4. If it had been underneath the factory shield, it would have survived at least a couple of those initial bombing runs that finished it off the first time. And if that TML had been up for the duration of that match, like it would have been if it had been underneath the factory shields with a little bit of AA coverage, I feel like that might have made all the difference, because think of how much mass Jwix would have lost to that otherwise. He kept all his mass extractors alive by bombing that TML out.
Yeah, gotta agree. But yeah.
Crazy match.
We will be back with round 3 match, so do be sure to stay tuned for that. Hello, everybody, and welcome to round 3 of the Summer 1v1 Open, and we are back on Thunder Pass again. We've been seeing this map a lot today in pretty much every single one of our games. And, Loku, would you like to introduce the first player?
I would. Up in the top right, playing as the purple Aeon Illuminate, going first air so far, we have Avasi. Excellent player. First I've seen of him today, and he's just all around an excellent player. So looking forward to what this match can bring, because both of our players are good. Speaking of which, introduce his opponent.
And spawning in as the red Cybernace, we have Hope going for a dual research station opener into a single land factory. That is very interesting. Wow.
Oh boy.
Okay.
2 research, 1 land, and Avasi's gonna find it immediately with the air.
I wonder what his plan here is.
Yeah. Oh my god, do you think he's going nanobot?
Oh, I don't know, man. Looks like he's going to be pretty aggressive here.
That's a pretty forward commander pushing up.
Yeah. Avasi is going to transition into a research station after seeing those 2 being built, so
he's gonna pause both engineers. Honestly, a really well put together reaction here out of Avasi. A lot of people forget to do this in reaction to things to get something crucial out. New players often, myself included, they forget to pause build queues to get out things like an anti-air tower at a crucial moment or something.
A small
like
thing
that.
I just noticed: Avasi miscued his build queue. He built it with the engineer instead of his ACU, so he stalled there, was doing nothing for a second. But he's got it fixed up now. He was sitting there doing nothing for a few minutes. But yeah,
he's gonna recover it now.
Yep. Also, if anyone wants to mention, I've changed up the overlay a bit, so if you guys prefer the round 3 little thing being in the bottom left corner, do say something. You can still see the health of all the units I hover over. So
Hope gonna retreat his commander back to base, perhaps changing his mind, seeing the air coming out about whatever he was gonna do up there. I didn't actually see him queue anything unless I missed it, so I wasn't sure what the plan was. But whatever the plan was, it's different now.
I think he was just putting his ACU there to keep it getting bombed instead of his expansions. You see, he's got his AA set up now, so he came back. He almost got that mass extractor there. Didn't get it though. An Avasi special right there.
Bombing the blueprint is crazy.
Oh, yeah. Some ground fire shenanigans.
Good old ground fire. Meanwhile, in the back of this, Avasi has expanded a lot quicker. It's worth noting.
Definitely pretty
well,
equal.
Actually, no. I guess it's pretty equal on the mass per second. I didn't know that. I didn't forgot. Hope has already secured his back left corner instead of the back middle of his base.
Avasi's already got a Bodaboom.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Got a Bodaboom.
That's gonna be pretty rough for loyalists to contend with. Bodaboom Yinzu.
For sure. Gonna have to try and target fire that down if there is an engagement. I do always notice when Avasi is microing his units, the Bodaboom always is normally ahead. So maybe we could Hope might be able to take advantage of that, but we will see. Looks like he's going into 2 land factories here. I'm going to build up some energy generators and continue expanding. Yeah, Avasi is just saturating all of his expansions very quick.
Also worth noting, Avasi's up on mass, not by much, but he is up. But having said that, Hope is sitting on 10 research points right now. And significantly more research income per minute.
Yeah, you gotta wonder what he's gonna go for here.
Yeah, you gotta be curious as to what that's gonna turn into. Meanwhile, just a bunch of land factories getting queued up here, and Avasi's also plonking down a second research station, perhaps hoping to make up the difference on the research points there.
Yeah.
And that That being said, Hope is going to be ahead for quite some time in terms of how much he's been able to research, just based on the fact that he's had 2 research stations for longer. But it is going to get tied up now. And actually, you know what? Avasi's well aware of that. He's going to build a 3rd research station and pull ahead on research production. Look at this build queue!
Yeah, that's
land
that's
energy,
a
land
that's a
energy,
lot
land
for you.
energy, land energy, land energy, land energy, land energy, land energy, land energy.
Have you
I
ever
mean, you know
seen
what?
him
If it
doing this
works.
in a stream? He does this in like
No.
a matter of like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
He's got the hotkeys like perfected.
That's so good.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, Hope is also throwing down land factories pretty quick here too. He's up to 5.
He is.
He continues doing it. He could have, you know, equal
Something
numbers on
to
the
push
land
in with.
factories. Yeah. Yeah,
He's
there we
actually
go.
got more land forces right now than Avasi does. It's pretty funny.
Just continuing to pump out these land factories. We're just at a stalemate now, trying to get it out macro.
This is crazy. No early game plays at all from anybody. Nobody's tried to raid yet or anything. This is wild.
This is interesting. I don't know if this is the right choice. Hope going into air here, or yeah, Hope going into air.
Ooh, I mean,
I like it, but I don't like it.
I'm not sure how to feel.
I think it's a little too early. I think going air later might have been the move, but right now, I think the land is more important. And yeah, you see here, Avasi's pushing up with the Bodaboom's front, like I was saying earlier. But he does clump it back up now. Oh, we just got jump jets. Jump jets on the land units. We have now spent the research.
Avasi's floating research points now himself. Might be looking to get Chrome health.
Possibly. You saw some strats he was thinking about. Hope is going to run in when he feels it, I think. Okay, what the? Look at the engineer flank coming out from Avasi here.
I've been silently
Oh no! Wait, we have jump jets.
Silently watching that.
Hey, Hope sees it. Hope sees it though, and he's gonna jump on him. So, I don't think this is gonna get much done. Hey, maybe we cap sack the loyalists.
Maybe.
It might get something done.
Sacrifice capture would be something. There's 3 engineers here.
What the hell?
One of them build a turret or something.
Well, Hope should know that Avasi has teleport now.
Oh.
Good cap sack. There, one of the mass extractors. He's gonna get 2 of the mass extractors.
2 of the mass extractors. Wow.
Is he gonna go for a factory here?
He's gonna go for a factory. Surely not.
He is.
Surely not.
There's no way he gets it.
Oh my. He is.
How? How did we not control K that? What? Dude. Capture it back, come on. What are we doing?
Big jump jet! Oh my god, he's getting X'd!
Oh!
He's getting X'd!
Unit Detto! Oh my god, he's gonna get him! Oh my, you have to Unit Detto! Oh no, it fell apart!
No!
It fell apart!
He was down to red health! No! It's all gone to shit! It's all gone to shit immediately! The factory is still alive in the back lines!
And it gets
control Cade. Oh my god!
I know, I think Avasi's gonna run away with it now.
That.
Yeah, we almost did.
We're watching this damn factory!
Yeah, I would've, my stream's late and I have it open right now. I would've looked over and seen it in the minimap, but if he did die. Jump Jet's going out again. Is he going for him again?
He's looking for the commander!
He's still trying to go for him.
Is he gonna make? Oh my god!
He's not gonna get him. That's not enough. It's not enough. That can't be enough. He's chasing him down. He's chasing him down.
No way.
Oh, Hunter!
He's gonna Hunter. Power detonate.
Please
do it. Yeah.
Oh my god! What the hell is going on? Avasi's teleporting on the base of Hope and he's still trying to snipe him. Why are we shooting through the factory? Come on!
Come on!
There, it goes down. And Avasi's all over Hope's base right now. That's not enough. It's not enough. Hope is sending
Oh
everything
my
to try and
God.
kill Avasi right now, but it's
Oh my God!
he hasn't been able to get him. What the
There's
hell?
not enough left. Structure Dedo can save him. A
Jesus.
Structure Dedo on the air factory would kill a
Avasi, he's
bunch
got to
of
be
stuff.
shivering in his boots, going for a transport. He's gonna get off the map. He's gonna transport off the map. There he goes.
Oh my God!
And the air factory's
Oh my
down,
God.
so he can't get him.
He's gone.
Oh
No
no!
Yeah.
And he's all over the base. What the hell? What just happened?
Avasi's just everywhere.
Oh my God!
What is happening?
Jeez.
Hope's gonna be so mad he didn't have it. If he had like 2 fighters right now.
2 fighters. 2 fighters. Although Avasi's just put AA all over the factories by his transport, so there's no way he gets him.
Nah, not anymore. He almost got Ixened. He got so close to getting Ixened.
Oh, Jesus. The unit Dedo needed to come out in that first one, and it wasn't there.
So
many
if the unit
PDs.
that on the first one had been there, it would have been enough. Hope got so close and yet so far.
Oh, jeez, man.
I say that, but he's not dead.
Hey, he's gonna die. I don't think there's much you can do.
He's
against
gonna
this.
die. No, it's so Jover.
Good play though. Good.
I'm
play.
amazed. Yeah, that was such a good attempt. Honestly, if he must not have had it researched. If he had the unit Dedo for that first engagement, oh my God, he could have killed everything.
He could have won it there, but yeah. Somehow the second attempt almost worked as well.
Yeah,
Avasi still had not had put shields on his stuff. Yeah, I don't think he was expecting his second try.
he's got his commander in that heal, just sitting there trying to slowly heal.
Good move though. Prevents the
Yeah.
prevents the snipe attempts from happening. Although now we're going back into
man.
air for Hope here.
Well, Lassie's gonna see it though. He's got anti-air everywhere.
Yeah, he's got 4 factories of AA over his ACU.
Yeah, you're not gonna snipe it. That's for sure. I mean,
Hope is
Even
looking
if-
for the commander again with the planes. What he's doing?
he's looking for another jump jet.
Oh, he's trying to get into the back line
Exactly
here.
what he's doing.
Using that jump
Oh,
jet
boy.
range to get pretty far. Good teleports from Avasi here, though.
Yeah, really nice teleports. I almost wonder if he shouldn't have just doubled back and power deaded that whole army. You know, there's lots of point defense in the middle of the base here, gonna slow down this push.
Nice
eventually.
teleports, though. Slowly picking off factories and mass extractors.
Yeah.
Nice jump jet there, just to making this army teleport around. He's gonna jump on the reinforcements here. Gonna pick off a bunch of Yenzu tanks as he runs through. Not a bad move. Avasi should have teleported there and consolidated those forces. I think that would have been the best move for him. Hope says GG.
Hope's gonna call it. No, dude. I was rooting for him. That was such a crazy play.
It was.
I rushed.
Yeah.
He got so close. He got so close.
Maybe if he waited a little longer.
Man. Now the commander's in a transport.
Yeah. Although he's making some progress on the base right now somehow.
He is, but look at what's happening to his main.
Yeah, the PDs. This is too many Yenzu
Not
tanks for
enough.
the PDs to deal
Too
with.
many here now, and there's chrome health on him now too.
Yeah, he's done for now. Still trying to run around his base though. Gotta give it to
He's
him. for that.
hoping for he's hoping to find the commander out in one last ditch play. The commander has health, there's shield on it now. He wasn't taking any more chances. He put the shield on the commander and
Oh
the
my
energy gun.
god. Jeez.
The overcharge. That's
yeah.
so funny.
A red Siren commander goes down.
Oh my god, what a match. Jesus.
God. Oh, and we'll be back with the next one.
I don't even All right, welcome back to match number 2 of what is lining up to be a very impressive set of matches so far. In the top right, as our red Cybran, we have Hope, who was hoping to get a very impressive and risky kill on his opponent in the last match and very nearly got away with it. Speaking of his opponent, Titan, let's go ahead and have you introduce the man who held the line.
Alright, spawning in as the vivacious Aeon ACU, we have Avasi going for a single
Guile.
air factory. Hey.
Alright, Guile.
Going for a
Double
single
air
factory.
opener.
Against
Double
the
air
dual
opener for Hope here.
Wait, you mean, does
Can't
Guile
win.
seriously say that?
Yes, he does.
No way.
Is that like, did you guys pull that off of like a website or something? Is there a website
What?
you look up for that?
No. What does he say?
He literally, like, he'll be like, playing in the beautiful, vivacious Violet, we have this player, and then he's got like a set of terms for like all the colors. It's like, it's to the letter, the same thing.
Does he say Vermilion Red too? Does he say that?
I don't know if he says Vermilion. He changes it around a little bit. But you should go watch one of his Forged Alliance casts and listen to him introduce colors.
I got to
It's
now because
pretty
I
funny.
know he has the same intro as me.
It's the same. Like, you gotta tell me, where did you get your intro from?
Fucking
it's
Render Forest,
interesting.
dude.
Render voice? What?
Render Forest, yeah.
What'd you
Like,
do? Just like
It's like an intro
YouTube
making
intro?
website. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's like the
Oh
easy
my
way.
god.
I could have also done it
So
in After
funny.
Effects, but whatever. Hope's really pushing up with the ACU here, man.
Yeah, he is. He is
He's up in his
Just-
face.
all up in there,
Yeah.
having a look.
Look at all that air too. He's got a lot of air.
What is the plan here?
To die? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the.
Oh,
what's
bad
happening right now.
engagement. Jeez. No.
Oh boy.
Bad engagement on the air front there. He's gonna lose all of his planes over the AA.
This is.
Oh, no.
I jinxed him. I'm so sorry.
What
I
did you
jinxed him.
do?
I jinxed him with the opener. I jinxed him. I said it was looking to be a good play. No.
Should've
Hope,
knocked
I'm
on wood,
sorry. I'm sorry. What if I do it now? Can I knock on wood now? Reckless comeback.
I think it's a little too late. I think it's too late.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Does he die to 6 bombers? That's the real question.
It's very possible. Jesus, there comes the land queue.
There's the cue. Yep.
You see how quick that came up, man? 2 seconds.
I wasn't even zoomed in on it when it happened, and so I just saw like one of them appear, and then zoomed out, and they were all there.
Yeah.
Down into the yellow health already. This is what was the commander do? That had to have been a misclick. Had to.
No, he was spamming clicks to move up there, man.
Oh
Like,
man.
he was like spamming them. I saw it. I had my shift key pressed down, so I saw all his move orders coming out. Although it's not looking too bad, besides the fact he hasn't expanded at all. But let's ignore that. It's not looking too bad.
It's not looking too bad. Besides the fact that he has nothing, it's fine. This
it's
is
perfectly
completely
fine.
manageable. They say that score doesn't matter, so obviously he's not actually behind.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Why are we moving the ACU back up?
Anyway.
I heard that.
What?
I heard that.
Heard what?
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Gaslighting isn't real, and you're being crazy.
You know what would be kind of crazy right now?
Oh my god. What would?
I mean, I know he's not going to do it. There's no res on the field, but the commander anti-air.
That would go really hard. Isn't it like a 2-shot on unshielded bombers?
Yes, it is.
So he would kill like 3 before they could even get away.
Oh yeah, there would be a lot dead. It would be a massacre.
You know what I think would be really funny? Unironically?
What?
Gunships. Cybran gunships. Renegades.
Hmm.
All it would take is one good engagement with the fighters to take some air control off of Velocity, and then
no.
like
Avasi's just going
Three-
into more
three-
air factories.
3 gunships going around killing mass extractors would be pretty wild. I haven't seen a gunship play in a long time.
I mean, if you want to go see some gunships play, go watch King Julian. He's the gunship king.
Oh boy.
Just kidding.
I murdered him. I can't let him live it down. It's fine.
Yeah. They got me and Nixon in the 2v2 tournament with gunships. Second
Did
time
he really? That's funny.
They did, but the second time they tried it, they did not. Did not do
so well.
They did not do so well.
Went for it a second time, and
they tried it a second time.
Man, yeah. It's that thing about surprise plays. They're only going to work once.
Yeah, and it caught us off guard, and it worked. The second time, it did not catch us off guard.
And you were very much ready for it. Probably had a bunch of anti-air.
Yep. I was going. I think I was playing UEF. Yeah.
What is the plan here for this commander? This commander, is he trying to get vet on the commander, or what? He's going to throw down the AA.
Is he looking for an air engagement?
Maybe.
What is he looking? He has like no mass.
He's trying to. I'm so confused. I mean, but I was confused about what he was doing last game too. In last game, he almost killed him. So.
He gets the NG. He gets the NG. Wow.
The NG dies.
TML comes up on the factory.
You know what?
PD.
Commander capture on the factory would go pretty crazy.
True. Because the capture just forces something out of your opponent. Either let them take your factory or control K it. Nice bombing run. Wow, nice bombing run. Nice micro from Hope here.
Jeez.
And another. Wow.
And he's gonna get the factory kill.
Okay,
Shit.
we have shields on the Weedo boats now.
Uh-oh.
Gotta get a good air engagement. It wasn't as bad as last time, but there's a lot of Weedo boats here, and they all have shields. Gonna throw down some more AA.
Two anti-air towers gonna help the engagement, but I don't know if it's enough.
I don't think it's enough.
It's not. Very much not.
Oh no.
Lots of kills. You boy. Complete loss of air.
Holy crap. Just gonna try and PD creep
turret crawl.
AA though.
He could switch into a land factory, start adapter crawling.
The AA towers are starting to go down now though. And if these Weedo boats get flares, it's gonna be even worse.
Oh Jesus. The flare upgrade is fair and balanced.
Definitely fair and balanced. 100%. It's not. And long-range PD coming up for Avasi here to counter these Cybran rapid-fire point defense. He's going to forego the position, it seems.
Factory missile would have outdamaged his healing, I think.
And Hope going into more air factories. He really needs to expand. Really just needs to expand. Gonna get this reclaim field, though. Here. This is nice.
Yeah, he's gonna get a whole 8 mass. It's great.
That is a lot of plane wreckages, though.
It is. It's true. Enough to make a difference, though. I'm not sure. As behind as he is.
Yeah. The planes are moving out. Hope stalling quite heavily on energy here.
All that really needs to happen here is Avasi can just continue to stack numbers now and just inevitably be ahead enough to one past the commander.
Yeah. Oh, hey,
it'd take a while.
Nice to be able to watch a tournament. Yes, I'm glad we are able to the cast for you guys.
Iron Commander in the chat.
Yeah, he is.
Let's go. Legendary.
Legendary indeed.
I'm curious as to what Hope has in mind now. He was definitely planning on trying to do something with the commander, and he just didn't quite manage to do...
Oh, they got flares.
Flares are out!
Yeah, not a bad engagement, but the flares and the shields are going to completely negate the effect, and these Gemini are going to get absolutely demolished.
Absolutely wiped. And there's no factory AA. Yep, that's going to be an immediate... I jinxed it! I'm so sorry! No! Since when do you do 2 air, fucker?
Jeez. And then just hits him back with a smiley face.
Colon hits him with the colon D. It's crazy.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
And
Oh my
there's
god,
the
he's just
commander
bombing
bomb.
Hope now. Yeah, Hope's dead.
Boom.
GG's, down goes our red Cybern commander.
Took all those. He's
Wait!
gonna take all those rat Aeon fighters with him.
Avasi disconnected. But yeah.
He did disconnect. He was trying to delay it. He didn't want it. He wanted the rematch.
Technically, Hope could rematch that, but I don't think he will.
Yeah.
You're not. In the rules, it says you're supposed to survive the match. But anyways, yeah, we'll be back with what is next. What's next? Back with the semifinals.
Oh shit!
Yeah, we're on to the semifinals, a best of 5. So yeah, be sure to stay tuned. All right, hello and welcome back to the semifinals of the Summer 1v1 Open, and we are on QA Labs for the first time today. And we are with, I'm just going to introduce them on the west side of the map. We have Kenny spawning in as the green Aeon ACU, going for a single air factory, who has upset Zadaika and Jwix in the tournament so far, and is now in the semifinals up against his opponent. Loki, would you like to introduce them?
His next opponent, after taking out two other pros, we'll see if he can repeat it a third time. We have Avasi as the purple Aeon Illuminate going first air. Has not gone into a second yet. Both of them looking to scout, I think. I'm both curious and horrified to know what Kenny has been doing to people, because whatever it is, it's working.
Yeah.
My current running theory is that maybe he's just running QAI Labs and killing everybody on it because everybody else hates QAI Labs.
Watch him just have been like TMLing everybody.
No, surely not. Surely Jwix or somebody would have said something about that by now if that was the case.
Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, both going into single air. Oh, there we go. Avasi's going into a second air factory now.
Okay. 2 air up for Avasi. This is great because for your stream, this is just normal stuff happening. There's been no interim. From my stream, we've just come from the most unhinged conversation into right back into a normal cast.
Yeah, it's
fine. My viewers are used to it, but I pity any of you viewers who would watch my video for any reason, because they are not ready, not prepared.
Oh,
Ixon was on the verge of the most valid crash out of the year so far for the Subcom community.
Ixon losing his shit, dude. Hey, you got someone in your chat asking what this is. Let me explain that to them.
I do?
It's your stream? Yeah, you do.
I do. Hold on. Let me see. Who's that asking? Portuguese. Oh, what's up, Porch? Porch turned up for my Balacho stream. He's been watching some of my other videos. This is Supreme Commander 2. Normally, strategy games are for videos, and streams are for everything else. But the exception is for when I cover events, and so I'm co-casting with Titan, a Supreme Commander 2 tournament that's happening right now. We're seeing two very high-level players duke it out, and I like to come cast these kind of matches every so often. They're quite fun. If you ask anybody who's been in my Discord a long time, Porch, they'll know what Supreme Commander is, because it's one of the OG games that the Wolfwind Discord plays is Supreme Commander 2.
Yeah.
And we're seeing pretty aggressive air plays out of Avasi here, looking to take an air fight here and harass some of the mass.
It also looked like Avasi wanted to try and capture one of these forward factories, but decides against it, turns around. And Kenny's going into Harvogs with some AA here.
I don't know how to feel about the Harvogs.
I mean, there's no land units for his opponent right now, so I don't have anything against it at the moment.
That's true.
Ixon also saying Kenny is surprisingly good.
Yeah, I've gathered when he killed
Jwix and Zadaika, yeah.
And Zadaika, yeah. I did reckon as much.
Nice air engagement here for Kenny.
Not too many kills on either side, though. One fighter going down for each, I think.
Huh. I think, honestly, not a bad engagement for Kenny there on the air side of things, with how many Weedu boats he has compared to Avasi. Going to go rebuild that mass extractor in the backline with his ACU. And repairing that one that got bombed.
Avasi not looking to make any moves out of the double airplay here, content to stack up. Maybe he's hoping to lock Kenny out of the expansions on the islands here by keeping air control.
Yeah. I think Kenny's got a good position here with the Harvogs and his air units.
I think he
Kenny...
does.
Oh, Kenny better not throw this.
Be really
wow,
funny.
Nice.
After all, oh boy.
He repaired that master extractor, so not
pretty
able to kill it. Amazing engagement there on the air side of things.
amazing engagement here. Wow.
Jeez, I think you just trade at this point. You let all your planes go down. You just trade. Or bring them back over the AA. That works too.
No, he's going to bring him back over the AA, keep a bunch of them alive instead of losing them all. I like the retreat there, honestly.
I agree.
Going to try to maintain some air presence.
Now, I think some aggressiveness from Kenny here would be advised. I think if you let...
And right as you say that...
Yeah, look at that!
Right as you say that, he's going to send him forward. Nope. He's just mirroring against the air. He didn't want to let it...
I don't know. As long as you stay on top of the splits, those Harvogs are going to be able to protect themselves. I think having some MMLs in the mix and putting some pressure on Avasi might be the right decision here.
I would be tempted to agree with you. And it looks like Avasi is aware of the possibility. He's preemptively going to slap 2-point defense down on this forward land factory. Pretty hefty investment, but against the Harvogs, those point defense are going to be exceptionally effective, I have to say. Harvogs are going to be very good for the positioning here, though. While he slowly builds up more and more of them.
He's just not pushing. And Hope trying to just saying commit in chat, and Kenny's staying at his base at the moment. I do think I agree with you. He does need.
Yeah, I think committing would be the other way to go here.
Hickson saying he does not hear you. Hope.
Hickson says what?
He's not. He cannot hear you. Hope saying he's hurting me emotionally. I don't care, I need to vent. Oh, not picking up the core mass. Wow.
Ooh.
Oh!
Cool
Avasi gets a good engagement there. He's got shields on his Voodoo boats now. Hope's still saying commit. They fly over the Harvogs, though. Jeez, so many planes going down here for
Lost
Avasi.
a bunch there.
Gosh.
Kenny being exceptionally effective with his air, I have to say.
Yeah, very good traits for him here. Like, look at all these dead purple planes that have, well, I mean, I guess they're now, like, wreckages, but on the ground. And keeping all of his mass extractors alive, besides only losing one, and it's rebuilt at this point now. And there's just so many land factories starting to come up for Kenny here. He's up to 5.
Crazy. I do like neither of them have wasted any time on the outer expansions. They know that the other bombers would not allow those to get up.
Yeah, for sure. And plus, you need either transports or tele to go in there, and neither player seems to be going for that.
It would be a bit of a investment to get into the transport at the risk of just losing it immediately.
Kenny is in a great position here right now with the Harvogs. He just needs to, you know, make something of it. Gonna scout.
Also, worth noting that Avasi is making Yenzus out of his land factory, so the longer this goes on...
Foxtermelon in the chat, hello. Welcome.
Hey, Foxtermelon. Kenny is going to scout the Yenzus coming out. He sent one plane in to die to find that out, and he's going to see it.
Yeah. Still ahead on the land production, though. Going for a research station. Wonders what he's going to target in the research. Dead
even on mass. Avasi is a little bit behind on energy. Not by much. Not enough to really matter yet, I don't think.
Yeah, Iron's saying the lack of pressure has resulted in Avasi being very far behind on land production. Yeah.
Both of these players failing to really put much pressure on the other, but Kenny is doing more with it, I think, with the land production. The double air maybe wasn't the play.
Fiery lost?
No!
No!
You're kidding.
Sorry, but what?
No.
Oh my god. Maybe shield? I think yeah, I gotta agree with Fox. I think Boda Boom. Nothing. Ixon saying I'm done. He does have way more stuff, I agree there too.
Oh my god. Fire they lost.
We have Boda Booms. We do have Boda Booms.
I hope they put those matches in the reports channel because I want to go see what happens.
Well, they need to. I mean, by the way, guys, I'm a cry for real. He went for
gonna absolutely crash out.
he went for AC and
Oh,
didn't have
no.
energy. Oh my god. How? How? Vasi's still really behind on the land production. Kenny up
Incredibly
to
behind.
6 factories here at this point. Has Bodabooms out now and has a lot of Harvogs at this point. Had a really, really good build versus Kenny on this map. How'd you lose, Jwix? What happened? But I guess I misclicked ACU. Did you get Ixent? Because I left him alone.
As long as you weren't Loki
didn't
maxing.
notice. You didn't notice the misclick. And he just walked forward and killed me. Oh, that's unfortunate. Damn. Okay. And bomb land with Harvs. Yeah, he could really just push up here. He's just got to be careful not getting a lot of these Harvogs killed with a single bombing run. I wonder if...
Yinzus are slowly coming up in numbers here, very slowly. But that is a lot of Harvogs.
What do we got on these? No flares. Wow, the shield's launching those, like, the anti-air shots back at the ground. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Avasi trying to.
My favorite thing is when a whole ass artillery shell just bounces off.
Oh, you guys just want to. I swear, if you guys are just trying to complete the meme, so Avasi just come back and kill him in the finals, that'd be pretty funny. But
that would be pretty great.
I don't. Is he throwing? He's using his mass. I don't know. It might be.
I don't know. I mean. Man, there's a lot of Harvogs.
A lot of Harvogs.
Yeah, he could sack the bombers to kill that Yinzu blob pretty well if he gets one good bombing pass on it.
You missed nothing, Foxtermelon. Just a failed bombing run. And Kenny is now pushed up into the center of the map. And he's going a little bit of Crowdhouse, too. And going to keep us... Yeah, that's the right move. He's keeping some of them back with his ACU, which is what you want to do. Wonder what Avasi's putting his res into, you know?
Bodoboom's up with the Harvogs here is interesting, but I mean...
Yeah, Kenny needs to push soon. I do agree.
Extra 300 health on those.
Definitely posturing. Yeah, these Harvogs are almost as tanky as these tanks. Yeah, they're as tanky as these tanks at this point.
Oh boy!
Oh, hesitating on the bombing run. Hesitating on the bombing run. There we go. And Kenny jumps on them. Nice engagement, and the land fight is going well. These tanks have no more health than these Harvogs at this point with the Bodabooms in there. Jeez, this is crazy. Everything happening at once. The air fight and the land fight.
Just eruption of all the fights here. Kenny's air is going to go down.
It looks like Kenny's getting the best of this. He needs to take out these PD, though.
Going down.
Yeah, PDs goes down. Bombing run inbound, split, please. He's not.
Splits.
Oh, he gets the Bodaboom.
Gets the Bodaboom, but pretty minimal damage otherwise.
There's no other Bodabooms in this army. He has no more Bodabooms. There are some.
More anti-air moving up. The Crowdhouse are moving up now.
Yeah, that is the right move.
Lots of fighter bombers going down.
There is another Bodaboom with those Crowdhouse, so.
Point defense is down.
Okay. Now, I think he needs to wait for this Bodaboom to come out. Stop engaging and wait for the Bodaboom to come out. Okay, now you can.
I disagree. I think he kills him. I think he pushes in.
Yeah, but I think he might have lost too much. Avasi throws the GG.
Nope, Avasi throws the GG.
Wow, he just controlled his. Okay.
He didn't have the numbers anymore to deal with the Harvogs dodging shots. He was microing to dodge shots.
Yeah.
That was an incredible play there from Kenny. Holy hell, it just went from 0 to 60 really quickly. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's how Kenny has been killing these pro players. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and yeah, we'll be back with game 2, so stay tuned.
All right, and coming in for match number 2 on Venus Forge between these two absolutely excellent players. We have in the top right here, playing as the green Aeon Illuminate, we have Kenny going first air after an excellent showing on the first match. I'm excited to see what he does here for match number 2 on Venus Forge. And his opponent, Titan?
Spawning in as the Vivacious Purple Aeon ACU, going for a single Air Factory and saturating his core masses. Hey, look, I have to say it now. I got Steel saying it. I got to say it now. But yeah, going for a single Air Factory. So both players doing the same thing, doing similar things once again. We'll see if Avasi goes into 2 air or decides to switch it up for this game.
Guilecast spreading like a plague.
Nah.
It's infectious. It's fun to say. I'll give you credit for that. Vivacious Violet. I mean, come on.
Hey. Well, Vivacious. I say Vivacious Purple, so.
Okay, well, no, not that. That just kills it. Never mind.
Uh-huh.
Ruined.
Okay, I'm also going into land this
ruins
time.
the effect of the alliteration. The whole point is to alliterate the color.
Yeah, but I
Come
gotta
on.
change it now because now I know Guile does it too. I can't just say that now. I can't say the same thing.
You can. You absolutely can. It's fine. Guile. I don't think Guile has ever cast Supreme Commander 2 once.
No, literally, he recommends that you do not buy this game and buy FAF.
He does. He recommends that you just play FAF, and which, respectfully, I disagree. I like FAF, but also the matches take forever, and a lot of the units are imbalanced. Not that the units here are better balanced, but at least it looks pretty.
Yeah. Alright, Iron is online on Discord. Very suspect. It's Iron's all.
Oh no. I tell you it's Iron. What did I say? What did I say?
Just kidding.
We've got 2 land, 1 air coming out of Avasi. Again, this is the exact same opener he did last time, although notably he's not pushing forward with it. This time he's putting all his production down in the main base.
No.
It's funny because a lot of the times we see somebody take the center mass and hold a position there on this map. And as I say that,
Yeah.
what Kenny's doing.
And Avasi's
going 1 air, 1
doing
land.
his customary 2 land, 1 air finally.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen him do it. I don't think this entire tournament so far, at least I have not. We have not.
Can he gonna scout the build order and immediately gonna turn around
And throw down a second
build a
land factory, and then move. Okay, there we go. Now it's
the
building.
commander was derping out crazy on the terrain there. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, Kenny's ahead on the eco right now. 9.2 mass per second to 7.9.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very true. And
He
he's going for
expanded
that
to his
Western
back line.
expansion. Throwing some energy along the way.
He sees the 1 air, and he's also got 1 air, so he just doesn't care. He's gonna go for the expansion.
Yeah.
Let him dive on the engineer and lose all his fighters. Why not?
Yeah, we shouldn't be seeing an air engagement for a little while, I don't think.
There's the
Ooh, maybe I might be wrong.
the land energy coming up out of Avasi. He's planning to expand to the east and throw up some factories there.
Don't like
Looks
that.
like we're going to see
Yeah.
engagement here in the. Yeah, I'm not sure how to feel about the forward factory, but I mean, if he gets the shield and the anti-air on it.
From Avasi there.
Mm-hmm. This is close quarters.
Yeah, Avasi's ahead on land. And
Gonna throw out the point defense. Gonna throw out the forward point defense.
Jeez.
Oh boy. Oh man.
Pretty bad air engagement there for Avasi. Loses a lot of planes. Lots of planes
Loses
go down.
a lot of fighters going down on both sides. The Harvogs, though, gonna recover this air engagement and balance things back out.
Yep.
And actually, Avasi's gonna end up ahead on air.
Avasi committing to no eco gaming.
That being said, I said I was about to say I didn't like it, but Kenny's gonna secure the extra mass extractors in the middle here now.
Oh, he sees the air coming to the west, and he forgoes the western expansion now.
Honestly, very good map awareness from him. Going to pull the engineer back, not lose it for no reason, while he doesn't have the air now to engage this. I think maybe look at him position the engineer behind the energy generator so that it's harder to bomb. Did you see that?
That's an iron move right there. This is looking really suspect.
That's some That's
Doing
some
really
pretty
suspect.
sus shit right there.
Just kidding.
That's
Just kidding.
crazy.
Oh.
No, but really, that sounds like not a big deal, but that is a pretty wild, like, micro move there to remember to put the engineer on the opposite side of the building so that it's harder to kill with the bombers. I like that.
Very true. He's gonna try and now repair the energy generator. Let's see if he. I don't. Oh, only drops one bomb there. So he does save that energy generator.
Yeah, he's gonna save it.
And Kenny continuing to
doesn't want to commit to the fight now that there's some enemy fighters to take advantage of the pass.
I was just about to say that Kenny is now like starting to get himself really well positioned here in center, starting to get a little bit of.
Kenny is once again ahead on mass and production. He's doing the exact same thing, and it's working.
Yeah, and now there's even no Yenzi tanks here. Oh yeah, MMLs.
We do have Fistouche coming up.
Gonna have to throw some. There's
you know what? Shield. I would love to see, instead of the counter Fistouche, I would love to see the Bada Booms come out, increase the health on these Harvogs, and then just immediately take the engagement.
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, shield comes up.
Up to 8 viewers right now. What's going on, Steve?
Wow, 15. Jeez, thank you guys for tuning in. And a big engagement here.
Big engagement. Losses on both sides in the air, but Kenny getting forced out of the airplay here a little bit, but well ahead on land production now, I think.
And yeah, the fish juice are starting to break through the shields now on these factories.
Yeah, Kenny needs to do something about the mobile missile launchers here, and he's kind of his commander forward.
Yeah, he's starting to push up now. Yeah. Factory goes down.
Gonna jump on these guys, I think. Needs to be watching for the bombers.
Yeah,
he is. He's trying to body block with the commander to get
absorbing a lot of damage there. That's great. Gets the fish juice.
He's going to get some kills in here.
Gets all of the MMLs.
No, two
left. Actually, he took a 2. Yeah, on this map, the center positioning is very important.
I really like the aggressive taking of the center position here. Honestly, I've decided I actually think that's a pretty good move.
Yeah, we've seen it used very well.
To lock down a choke point, take an extra massive.
Wow, Kenny rotating his Harvog so the lower health ones go to the back of the army.
That's wild.
That is insane.
That's wild.
Jeez.
Almost picks off a fighter there as they sweep in, looking to bomb, but not going to manage. Kenny is absolutely playing out of his mind right now. And look at him take the expansion.
Yeah, he got it.
Awasi's had to pause his expansion to build more stuff back at home.
Look at the mass per second. Kenny's up to 21. Awasi up to 17. Only jumping up to 24 around when he's reclaiming, but still.
Neither of them going into research stations.
Okay, Boda Boom out for Avasi now. That's gonna make this really difficult.
That's gonna be a big change.
Kenny to push into. That can't be Kenny.
Picks off a fighter. Picks off a second fighter. Okay.
Okay, fire, shut up. You lost against Julian. Is gonna. I'm sorry.
Oh, Fiery, you're never gonna live that down, bud. I hope you know that. Ixon certainly is never gonna let you forget.
Yeah.
Engaging here with the Bada Boom in play.
Oh, the bombers! Good bombing run. Wow. Big bombing run there.
Split, and didn't lose as many as he could have, but still lost quite a few.
Yeah, and I don't think pushing into the Bada Boom right now is the right choice. But yeah, rotating the army is great. Wow.
Look at him rotate.
That micro's insane.
Control group? How the hell? How is he doing that?
Control grouped. How is he? He's winning this.
What?
At least equalizing it.
How is this what are we looking at
right now?
How is he bringing his units to the rear so effectively like that? I've never seen that.
What?
That's crazy. Huh? He pushed him back without the Bada Boom. What?
Wow. I'm genuinely astonished.
I don't know what Kenny is smoking, but I want some. Jesus Christ.
And he's like, look at the eco lead he has now. He's expanded off the back of this.
He's
like
ahead
crazy.
on eco. He's ahead on production.
Yeah,
he's ahead on
I gotta
units.
say,
like,
I think
what
the map
fuck
control.
is happening?
I think the map control is really important here. Like honestly, this has secured him this expansion. And
surely he doesn't 2-0.
Avasi's shitting his pants right now.
No way, he 2-0s Avasi, right?
I mean,
After beating J.
I mean, it is a best of 5.
No. Oh, that's right. That's right. It's semifinals.
Okay.
Right.
Still rotating the units like crazy, but yeah, you see once he changes them, like they start
He's
tanking so much more.
Look at how few numbers Avasi has. What? What is happening?
Oh my god.
What is going on?
No, he's gonna lose this now. There's too many shields.
There's a point defense. He was attacking into the point defense here and still came away with equal numbers. I'm sorry? What is going on right now? He has his entire expansion built.
Oh, he's switching into Yenzus. I agree. Yeah, this is a good move. He's switching into Yenzus here as well.
Oh
Great move.
my god.
Where are the Boda Booms? I feel like he needs them. I feel like he needs them. That would make these pushes he's doing so much better.
I have to wonder what they're spending the research on. Because Kenny really doesn't have research points stocked up.
Damn, Kenny's making a great showing here. I'm very surprised.
The radar, we are going to see these mobile missile launchers come up to a harass again, but I mean, look at how forward Kenny is now. And he does have a single research station up to Avasi's none. Okay.
Wow. And look at the amount of production at his expansion. Avasi's only now starting to saturate his eastern expansion.
He had that whole setup, that whole expansion set up before Avasi even started his.
Yeah, I agree. Trying to get the top-down view so I can see the numbers better in this insane micro as well.
Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, the Yenzu tanks are a great idea here.
Getting these cinema shots on this fight right now.
Yeah. What the hell? I would love to see these Boda Booms targeted down, but they go down. Avasi's Boda Booms are down. And now now he capitalizes on it. He's pushing in. And a small bombing run, but it doesn't matter. It's going to do damage. Great micro
Just
here.
A little bit of AoE. Just a little bit of AoE to wear out the shields. There's chrome shields out now.
Okay, now we see both players rotating their forces. You can see Avasi doing it too.
Avasi adapting. Kenny does not have shields on his units and is still winning this fight. Or at least equalizing.
Jesus.
Has to pull back because of the point defense, but, I mean, good God, man.
Wow, man.
Yenzu's coming up now. Both players have switched into Yenzu's. Someone is going to get teleport and jump on him. I don't know which one it'll be. Kenny, that's one thing I will say. Kenny is very far forward with his commander. He is susceptible to the teleport.
That is true.
Avasi's commander is not.
Although Avasi's gone Boda Booms and Chrome Shield. He's trying to out-unit him here, but Kenny's micro is insane at the moment.
Kenny's micro is absolutely batshit crazy. Jesus. And is keeping up. He's equalizing the fights with no shields and no Boda Boom. I don't understand.
I need to know the APM on this guy right now. The APM, I need to know it.
Yeah, I want an APM readout because what in the hell?
Jeez, look at how low health all these forward units are for Avasi. Like Jesus.
And the only HP that matters is the last one. All these low health units can heal up over time. Yeah. He just has to disengage for a minute.
Jeez.
Well,
people saying that Kenny's playing this like faff.
He is.
Yeah, he kind of is.
Freaking working.
Yeah. Jeez, man.
Bombing run into the center of the formation. They're going to do a bunch of AoE to Avasi's forces. They're
wow!
Equalize the number. Oh my god!
And Kenny rotating once again, putting those high health units up front, going to do so much damage. Jesus, Avasi's so spread out right now. He could just jump on it. And he's almost double Avasi's mass per second at this point in the game. Taking out the reclaiming engineer is gonna like further just restrict.
He's winning.
Oh my god.
He's winning this fight right now.
If he can take out this PD,
he's actively winning this fight. If not for this PD under this factory shield right now,
It's going down.
It's gone. It's gone. He's killing the point defense.
It's dead.
Point
It's
defense
dead.
is dead.
I don't know. He might have stayed there too long.
He might have stayed there a little bit too long.
Okay, now he's losing. Now he's losing. He's got to back up now. He's overextended
Finally,
himself.
he's being forced to withdraw.
Yeah.
But now
geez.
the reinforcements are going to come in.
Okay, Avasi's finally pushed him back. I always notice the players that like to put pressure on Avasi, since Avasi likes to play so aggressive, Avasi just doesn't play against it as well. He's not a defensive player. He's more offensive.
Yeah.
So this
if you force Avasi into a choke point, kind of he struggles. You know, I really think either player should put one or two of their factories to stockpile inside the expansions and go for a flank, because neither player has anything they can do about a flank right now.
Well, Avasi's doing a flank at the moment on the west side. Yeah, that PD was doing mad work. I have to agree with you, but he's killed it finally. But no MMLs here.
No. I mean, flank around into the main base.
That's true.
Into the starting
yeah.
bases.
Avasi's doing it.
And Avasi's doing it now, just as I say that. Yep. Brilliant.
Jeez, Kenny's got 2,000 mass in the bank, man.
Is he going for Urchin now?
No way. No. I mean, they're just going small units. I don't see Telly like Iron does often. It's not Iron. There's no way.
There's no way it's Iron. No way.
It's not Iron.
Can't be. There would be no need for
What is Kenny researching at this point in the game, though?
I don't know, but he doesn't have research. He's
Wow.
spending it on something.
Potobooms are out now for Kenny. Potobooms are out for Kenny now.
He was almost winning without the bada booms or shields, and now he's got bada booms. I'm curious to see what a difference this makes. Kenny's bombers coming in. Gonna drop some pretty nice AoE in.
He's playing absolutely amazing right now, although I think Avasi's starting to get the upper edge now.
Yeah, we're starting to see it turn.
And the flanks are now starting to... Oh, no, the flanks are starting to do damage. Jeez. It's all falling apart now.
Yeah, Kenny suddenly is not doing as well.
Kenny throws the GG. Wow.
Damn, he was ahead on mass, too.
Jeez, he floated. I think he floated too much.
I think he floated too much, and I think he
we needed to see too much. Needed to see just lines of factory placed in the backs, but yeah.
He threw away too much advantage as well, feeding units into that point defense. He needed to just build a couple MMLs, I think.
I agree.
And sit.
I agree, but the floating was not optimal there at all. But yeah, do be sure to stay tuned. We'll be back with game 3.
Well done to both players.
Hello and welcome back to Game 2 of this so far crazy semifinals. We are tied up on Thunder Pass, and now it's spawning
Game
in
three.
Game 3. And now in the south, spawning in as the green Aeon ACU, we have Kenny, which is making a great showing here in the semifinals, going for a single air factory. And Loku, would you like to introduce his opponent?
In the north, as the purple Aeon Illuminate, who has been putting up an incredible, valiant effort fighting against the things that Kenny's trying to do, managing to tie up the score in the last match. So looking forward to see what the plan is this time. We have Avasi also going one air open and looking to expand early, it looks like. So we'll see what these two players get up to now. Kenny going to go one air, one land, changing it up.
Yeah, I see that.
He started to go second land. I actually saw the blueprint down, and he canceled it to build energy instead. My face when he uses Avasi's own build against him, that would be
Kenny
something.
faster. Kenny faster on the expansions here, I gotta say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, faster on the expansions.
Already ahead on mass. Not by much, mind, but ahead.
Yeah, Avasi's just now catching up. And there, yeah, he goes 2 land.
There you go. Oh, boy.
Interesting. Okay, they just reversed roles from last game.
Mm-hmm. Now, it would be real funny if Avasi goes 2 air now, and they neither of them have any idea that that's... Julian says, yeah, dog, I'm not beating J-Wix.
Understandable.
Nah, Julian, you got it. Just, you should triple res rush him. It'll be fine. Triple
res.
Just go all gunships. He'll never see it coming, bro.
Never see it coming.
Nah, actually, you should try to sniper bot spam him. Just hope for the best. It'll be fine.
TML him.
Yeah. You know what? J-Wix almost lost the match to that today. Just TML rush him with your first set of research.
And don't get gunshipped.
And don't get gunshipped in the meantime, yeah.
Okay, Kenny moving out with the Harvogs now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see if Kenny tries to take middle like he's been doing on the other maps.
I mean, it's kind of alluding to it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now Kenny's struggling to expand with his with that second factory being placed down, so Avasi has taken the economic lead now.
We'll see if the extra units for Kenny makes up the difference, though. He has scouted and knows what's going on with Avasi's base, so he knows he's ahead on production.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, I feel like if you scout your opponent and notice that you're ahead on production by a factory or two, you can take that to mean that you're behind on eco. Most of the time.
That's true, although Avasi is going to place down a second land factory here after his energy generator completes.
He's working on it.
Yeah, he's had to pause his expansions in the meantime. And yeah, Kenny pushing up to middle here. Gonna try and secure these 4 mass extractors for himself, which is not a bad move. Again, having map control on Thunder Pass is good. As you get access to both of these ramps up into the flanking areas.
It's also worth noting he's got double the land forces out right now.
Yeah.
Almost precisely double what Vasi's got. So Vasi be hard pressed to stop him from
nice
doing
control.
Gonna control K, deny the research buff from destroying units. Fun fact: if Kenny had gotten a hit off on those buildings, the control K still would have given him the research. For our viewers who don't know, I know some people in my chat may not know that.
I gotta agree with Iron here. I think the better opening has to go to Avasi here because he's got that economic lead now, and that's really what's important.
That's
He will be able to catch up on the land forces. Although he has had to pause his expansion.
Honestly, I feel like Kenny should maybe divert half his units up the ramp there and go around and try to shut down the expansion because he's got the anti-air, which means the bombers will be hard pressed to stop all of it, at least for free anyway. And it would it might force Avasi's units back into the base, allowing the rest of his forces to push forward and deal some damage, kill a factory or two. But we'll see. Might be better to just wait for a unit advantage or mobile missile launchers, to be honest. There we go. He is going to do it again. He's going to take middle.
Yep.
get production up in the front lines.
We do already have a
like it.
TML out here for Avasi on that land factory.
It does. It's targeting the commander though, which means the factory should be free to
I think
get
the
a
TML
shield and
went up too
TML
early.
of its own.
Should have waited until there were structures on the radar before placing that that TML on that factory. I do think.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Looks like we've come to somewhat of a stalemate at this point, although Kenny is kind of posturing a little bit here. AA on both the players, Harvogs, and Kenny's getting tickled by the point defense at the moment.
Just a light tickling with plasma. It's fine.
Ah, perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Probably
Normal,
feels like
honestly.
it probably feels like ants biting your feet for the commanders getting shot by a PD.
Well, it's. I mean, they don't feel anything. They're humans inside a robot suit. You know, they don't feel that until it starts to get hot. Like they don't feel it until they do, and by the time they're feeling it, it's probably too late.
I have to think, like, piloting an ACU, it has to be like piloting a Jaeger from Pacific Rim, you know?
Yeah, right. Like that's got to be super. Like I mean, these are full size tanks and everything, right? So like a person has to be like maybe the size of the headpiece because the head can eject, right? You know, so
Yeah,
they're inside.
They're in there.
Yeah,
down.
They're inside the little headpiece, and the rest of the ACU is like just
Fucking massive.
just huge.
I want to see these things go against the kaiju in the Pacific Rim movie, man. Fucking
Yeah.
awesome.
What's the scale of a Subcom commander ACU to compared to a Jaeger? You know, I wanna see the size comparison. What if Jaeger are just small?
I don't
like
think
the size
so.
of a radar.
Let me see. I'm actually gonna look this up since there's.
I mean, if you think about it, that ACU is almost as tall as the factory that has all the bits inside it to produce tanks.
Yeah.
Like, that is a tank, full-size tank product. Like the buildings are big. Which,
Wow. Okay, the Jaegers from Pacific Rim are around 70 meters, while the ACU in Supreme Commander 2 is 40 to 50 meters tall.
wow, so it's almost as big as a Jaeger. That's crazy.
That's absolutely
Which,
insane.
oh, that does bring to one question to my mind. Colossus.
Oh no, that's way bigger than a Jaeger, dude.
They're huge. Colossi are gonna be like 100 fucking meters tall in that case. Jesus Christ.
We got a Mossy doing a standard land spam build queue. I would like to see Kenny try and expand to the west and eastern side with some AA, possibly.
I do love that the Illuminate meta is to just not build experimentals and to just build more land instead because the early experimentals suck.
Very true, but the way that both of these players have been playing, I don't feel like an Urchinau would hurt either of them. I haven't really seen any telly, you know?
No telly has been coming out, but so like maybe one Urchinau.
Cybernorus Rex. Oh my god!
I also think Jesus,
Like,
Honda trucks. My Discord knows them as Honda trucks. It's fine. Build a couple Honda trucks. You know what? I mean, it'd be a huge waste of resources and research. It would never actually get up in time. But if it could theoretically be done without costing you the game, I think a Darkanoid would be the funniest shit ever.
Do you know
Like,
Osmos
congrats,
actually
you got
did that. Osmos did that against
just-
freaking, I think, Alpha Hex in one of the SCS tournaments.
I was gonna say, congrats! You shot it down with those Harvogs. It's gonna crash and kill the entire army.
Oh god!
Just use them as bomb trucks rather than actual units.
I'm
Control
hoping-
K them as they move in.
You know, I'm hoping whenever we get that launcher that comes out, some of these like experimentals you never see become more viable. You know. We got a bombing run coming in from Kenny. Taking out a few Harvogs, not bad.
I keep hearing about the launcher, but like, who's working on that?
Protostar, I do know, but
okay.
Aw. Okay, Kenny loses all of his air there for that, but I don't know. Again, he's pushing into the shield with the PD. I don't know if this is not gonna win him the game. This is not what he wants to be doing. The trades here are bad.
I don't think it's bad trades, and we've got
They're already throwing out
Can
the
you even
GG.
call it? Wow. Yeah, he didn't get to the Chrome Health, and he pushed into the PD. The Avasi getting to the Chrome Health on his units before Kenny has been huge. Cost him both of the last games.
Yeah, it's...
I wonder what he's spending his research on, because it's not the shields. And they were pretty died on research, I think.
Yeah, I probably should reinstall that research thing to see, but I don't have it right now. But yeah, GG's. And Avasi will go 2-1
2-1
up into a game 4. We'll be back for that. Hello and welcome back to, what is this, Game 4 on Desolatia here. We're currently at 2-1, so Avasi could win this currently. And yeah, Loku, would you like to introduce our first player?
Right, on the bottom right, playing as our blue Aeon. I believe they were playing as green before. We have Kenny, looking to come back into this game. It's gone to 2-1 in Avasi's favor. So, looking forward to seeing what he does. But here we are on Desolatia, and Kenny's going to open triple land. Wow. I think that's the first time we've seen somebody open in this set without an air factory. So, we'll see how this goes for him and his opponent.
On the west side of the map, we have Avasi spawning in as the purple Aeon ACU, going for a triple land opener as well. So, going to be mirroring his opponent. It looks like that is the build of choice for Desolatia for both of these players here. They're going Harlogs as well. Both of them.
Must be a triple land meta that I'm unaware of for Desolatia, because I thought 1 land or 2 land 1 air was the better choice here for this map. But maybe these guys are just
the rush distance is pretty short.
That's true. I like the version of this map where both players spawn in the middle instead, to be honest.
I do like that.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Much prefer that version.
Oh, dude, I need one more sub to 400, man.
To 400?
Yeah, I need one more. I'm at 399. I just noticed.
I can't believe I have more subs than you. I did not know that.
Yeah. I think you have, like, way more videos than me, so it makes sense. I don't post.
My viewers should go. Somebody go check out Titan. Give him his 1 sub, yeah? Somebody on my chat. I know there's 8 of you here. There's 8 of you here. Somebody go sub. Go do it.
And Avasi being very aggressive here. Trying to pick out some mass extractors, but I don't think he's going to get it.
I don't think he is. Kenny going to be pretty on top of shutting us down so far.
Yeah, saves that mass extractor. Unfinished mass on the left? What are you saying? I don't see it. Or did he fix it?
Might have fixed it.
Yeah, I think he fixed it. I don't know. The forces are looking pretty equal in the center here, and Avasi is gonna...
He's gonna find an exposed engineer here, but only had 1 Harvard.
Wow, look at the micro. He's dodging all the shots. He might get it.
He's trying to micro to get the kill. Is it gonna be enough?
I don't think it is. He's gonna...
Close. I don't think so.
Okay, Avasi saves it. That micro was
Super,
nice, though.
super close, though. Honestly, killing that engineer probably would have been pretty big, shutting down that expansion.
True. True. Kenny, I think, was distracted for a while, dealing with that micro.
Switching to Yin, you can switch into the Yinzus here. I'm sure they both are soon.
Yep, they are. Yep. Kenny is now switching completely in the end.
Worth noting, though, Vasi has 2 factories not producing at the moment.
Oh.
Less than ideal. There they go. It's producing now. He must have been canceling queues or something.
Yeah. Normally they do that to get an extra mechs out. Not bad. Kenny responding to the flank down south with the newly built tanks, and Avasi pushes back to the center.
Fourth factory coming online for Kenny.
You know, I just noticed Avasi said no to Kenny having map control this game.
Yeah, he did.
Gotta be training. I'd have to agree with you, Iron. I mean, I don't really see Kenny play, so it's up to you guys, but Kenny seems to be doing really good here. Just the commanders trading some shots back and forth.
I am watching that as well. It's quite funny.
We
do have mobile missile launchers coming up in the back for Avasi. I did notice.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's going for Kenny.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no, he's going to Ixen him. He got him.
He got Ixened.
Avasi does survive. He Ixened him.
Just barely.
He Ixened him. And that means Avasi will go to the finals 3-1. So congrats to him.
I thought for sure we were going to see a simultaneous ejection there.
Yeah, he didn't quite get him in time. But yeah, great showing by Kenny, I do have to say. But yeah, just couldn't quite win the match.
That's going to be Avasi is going to move up, and we'll see Kenny drop into the loser bracket and fight for a redemption match.
Hey, yeah, we will be back with either the finals or some lower bracket matches. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the lower bracket round 4, where we are on Iron's Gambit. I do believe Loku is busy at the moment, so when he comes back, he can continue casting. But for now, it'll be just me until he returns. So, our first player in the Southwest spawning in as the orange UEF ACU, we have Jwix going for a single air factory and saturating his core mass and expanding. And his opponent in the northeast, we have Zedaika spawning in as the purple UEF ACU and throwing down a single air factory as well. So quite a rare matchup we get to see in these tournaments, the UEF mirror. So yeah, I'm pretty interested in seeing how this match is going to go, and I'm hoping you guys are too. Yeah, sorry for the long wait. We were waiting on King Julian and Jwix's match and Zedaika and Hope's match. But yeah, we are back now. Yeah, that bomber's gonna get picked off. And Jwix is going to go into a research station. Same as Zedaika, but Zedaika's got a second air factory queued up. I don't think he's gonna be able to afford that at the moment.
All right,
And he's back!
Did we just start?
We just started, yeah. I just introduced
What?
the players. Yeah!
Huh? Okay. What happened?
Well, you haven't missed anything. An Eagle Eye got shot down, and just really the opening build queues, both players going 1 air, 1 res.
No, I mean, why did it take so long?
Hope, and apparently there was a misinput on challenge, so Hope and Zedaika were still playing the game where we thought they had already, Zedaika had already won.
I see.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but it did.
I'm impressed I still have 5 viewers, considering I have not been here for like 20 minutes. Well, for my stream, you heard it. We've got ye ol' Jworks versus Zedaika, UEF mirror. This would be fun.
Oh yeah, definitely fun.
Oh,
Rare matchup for sure.
They both went first air research. Okay.
And both are going for this. Actually, Jwix is expanding a bit more aggressively here.
Just returned myself from getting a drink. Welcome back, Creed. We're right there with you.
Yeah. Wow, both players have stopped air production. What?
Huh?
What
is happening in the things today? I don't know.
Whoa, that is a forward land factor if I've ever seen one. What is Zedaika's plan here? Jwix continuing air production back up and going for a second air factory in the back line. But Zedaika is being very bold with this land factory here, and Jwix is walking his ACU up to come see it for himself. And oh, he's gonna put a PD right on it there. Like right on it. That's gonna be a bit problematic, but we'll see. The shield's
that's gonna be
right away.
I mean, if the shield gets up in time, it may not. Command here, body blocking? Okay.
The shield's up. PD coming up for Zedaika as well, and then Enchi's now coming up. Jeez, Jwix is just spamming.
Oh my
PD.
god, he's just gonna get more and more PD up.
TML is coming up now, but there's PD's up here for Zedaika as well. Repairs on the ACU. Bomber's coming out for Jwix now. That PD's gonna go down.
That PD's gonna go down real quick. Oh, he's body blocking.
Oh, he body blocked it. Wow, what is Zedaika gonna do about this? I don't know. That's a lot of PD.
Factory's down.
Yeah, you better back up before you get killed by those PDs, man. Just back up and reposition yourself. I think that's what you do here.
PD
wow,
for
those
Zedaika
PDs.
gonna go down. Jeez. Down in almost red health there. It's probably a third health left on him.
Wow, man.
Also, I just realized that you can put it right here. It's probably fine.
So what?
Just trying not to. It was behind my chat window.
Oh, the eco viewer?
A little bit. Yeah. It's probably the.
Yeah. They're pretty equal on ego right now, honestly.
Yeah, they are.
Jwix is only up 1 mass extractor right now, technically. Now
they're going down to.
Wow, the capture command comes out on the factory.
Oh my god.
Gotta control K that.
Jwix is a
Me, man.
He's gonna just stand there and
There we go. He
eat it,
control
though.
K's it, yeah. And that's 2 factories down for Zadaika, and JWix is continuing to go into bombers. I mean, Zadaika could probably just get anti-air on his mexes and completely shut it down. Yeah, that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he does.
Man.
He's listening to me. He's listening
He's
to me.
tuned in. He's tuned in. He's
Oh my
tuned in.
god.
Bomber's going up. Getting some
Alexander,
harassment
you are
in.
Pope, right? If I'm correct.
There's a mass guns and an anti-air up for Zadaika now. So like, I don't know what air can get done for JWix at this point.
Yeah, and with that central position, he gets all of these mass extractors here, which will provide mech guns now and AA.
Yeah. And these point defense are just going to go down to the TML and the factories for free, more or less.
Yeah, and that radar
Radar's going down.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it was looking pretty ugly there for a second, but I think Zadaika recovered pretty nicely, gotta be honest.
That's very well recovered, or really well recovery. JWix is floating a good bit of mass at the moment. Got like 500, 600 in the bank.
Mass extractors going down to the meteors, though.
Yeah, Zadaika making great use of them. This is so interesting. You rarely see UEF mirrors.
Where do I want to put this? This. You put it right here. That'll work.
Zadaika won. Yeah, Zadaika beat Hope. He's not even placing down AA. He's just building mass extractors for the anti-air at this point. Yeah, this is for all the marbles. Who is the better UEF main, JWix or Zadaika?
Yeah, this is a high stakes match for JWix, honestly.
Dude, the MML Crete. Oh my god. Zadaika's doing amazing.
It's working too.
Oh yeah, it
It
is.
is absolutely working.
It's working very well. All of those PDs that were in the front are now down. And Air Factory's coming up for Zadaika now. Wow. Jeez. JWix going into gunships here, you see that?
I do see that. I will have to wonder why, with this much anti-air out on the between the mass extractors, the factories. But I mean, I guess with critical mass, if you got a critical mass up, the extractor AA isn't really enough to stop shielded broadswords. If he gets 20 shielded broadswords up, it doesn't really matter if there's only 1 or 2 factories.
But I mean,
there is fighter coverage, and that does matter.
He's
so I'm not
transitioned
sure
into
what
fighters now.
Yeah.
I mean, JWix
wonder
is
what
going to
the
have to be
idea
really
is here.
careful and make sure he does keep building fighters. And, yeah, I don't know. Just JWix hasn't been able to get enough damage on Zadaika, and oh my god, look at Zadaika's expansion right now. If you look at the mini map, he's got it's purple all over the mini map.
Yeah, this is like 2/3 coverage now for
He's got
Zadaika.
double.
Zadaika's
He's got,
running away with it.
He's got double JWix's economy.
Is this match 1?
Yeah, this is match 1.
Okay.
Wow. And more air factories coming up for Zadaika. He could just pump these things out. He just keeps building air. He's not gonna have to worry about the gunships at all. Like,
yeah, I really have to question the gunship play from JWix. Honestly, I'm not sure what that's about. He didn't try to move into land at all, and I'm a little bit confused by that, to be honest.
yeah. All right. See ya, Hope. You bet Zadaika will win
Maybe
2-1.
he's
okay.
Maybe he's hoping to
I do think
to gradually build up a critical mass and just jump on the commander.
I mean, that is already a lot of gunships right there. But I mean,
it is a lot of gunships, but
Zadaika's already taken out one of JWix's expansions and captured it for himself, and is still doing damage to one of them, this western one.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Is he going for it?
Okay, look at these gunships absolutely demolish that. So he's got to be really careful with these fighters here, though, and they jump on it. They jump on it. Oh, they got shields. God. He might get them.
Is that enough?
We'll see.
Half the gunships didn't engage.
We will see. You got to run to the other shield.
You got broadswords.
Run to the other shields. Go.
Yeah.
There you go. Go. Continue going. There you go. Now get a shield up on that other factory.
Shield. Yep.
All the fighters for JWIX are gone. Hunker.
Hunker.
They're also
It's gonna be close.
He's gonna get him.
He's gonna get him. Oh my God! He's gonna get him with the critical mass of gunships, isn't he?
And there's even more coming in from the factories.
More coming in. Holy shit! He's gonna get him.
And down goes our purple UEF ACU.
All air on Iron's Gambit gunship play for UEF. Holy shit! I feel like he did this just to call us out for doubting the gunship meme.
Maybe. Very true.
That's
well played.
Incredible.
Well played from JWIX there. All right,
well done.
We'll be back for the next one.
Alright, coming in for match 2. Over here in the orange UEF, we have JWIX, fresh off of his 1-0 win in round 1, or match 1, I should say. Looking to see if he can pull it off again. But his opponent's very skilled. Go ahead and introduce him.
And his opponent on the east side of QAI Labs, we have Zadaika spawning in as the purple UEF ACO, going for just a full eco start and then into 2 air factories. So he's going to be ahead on the air in the beginning of the game. It looks like JWIX is going to go for a research station, so definitely going to be ahead on the air.
JWIX going to go first air, second research. So we'll see what he does with that extra research he's going to get out. He's going to be playing defensively, that's for sure.
100% again. Although making the best of the defensive position last game as well, so we'll see.
For sure.
We will see.
Yeah, I would play some PA with you, Creed. The AI and PA are super kind of poopy. It's better with players.
You got to get some of the modded AI in that game.
Yeah. There's another player in my Discord who's pretty good at PA. He kicked my ass every time we've played so far. Spy is pretty good.
JWIC's actually throwing down a second air factory with that research station, so...
Well, he's gonna get it out.
He has 2 Eagle Eyes sitting there, though. So, yeah, that's not
Drop
optimal.
a moon on him that solves all the problems. It does solve the problems if you can get to it fast enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the moon technique is, the best strategy.
Yeah.
Fun, though. It's fun. Can't deny that it's fun.
I'm just after someone to beat. Well, there's easier ways to go about that than PA if that's all I wanted. I'm not that great at PA.
I think Zadaika needs to take advantage of his lead in the air side of things.
I think he does. I think
Looks
he
like he's
does.
trying.
I think he should. I was gonna say I think he should engage while he has. Well, there's no anti-air in play for these factories or anything.
Going straight into AA, those JWICS does.
Bad turn.
Bad. There's AA here now for JWICS. This isn't gonna go well, I don't think.
Yeah, I think this bit of a bad engage.
Oh yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's rough. That's ooh.
And Zadaika
That's,
just transitioned to land.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. How many more lower bracket matches do we have after this?
One more.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah. Some forward radar coming up for JWICS. Big stalemate here. Big stalemate.
Yeah, welcome to QAI Labs.
Yeah.
Let's sit on this one choke point with air and turrets and see who dies first.
Yeah.
Although, notably, no land transition out of JWICS, whereas we do see the land factory come down for Zadaika.
That is true. I don't know if I agree with the how far back that land factory is, though. But
I don't know that I do either. I also, man, this is a pretty rough set of engagements for Zadaika. Losing a lot here.
oh my god, and JWICS is an engineer.
Oh man, Zadaika's just gonna
Ouch.
throw the towel in.
Ouch.
Damn. GG. He knew he couldn't come back from that, probably. That's unfortunate.
That's really unfortunate. Man. Yeah. JWICS takes it. But yeah, we'll be back for JWICS versus who is I think Kenny. Yeah, Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny's shot at redemption.
Oh yeah.
And JWICS' shot at redemption. Kenny was who knocked him down.
Stay tuned. Okay, welcome to the most random opening into a round about yeah, streamers sleeping on stream and getting more viewers than us while casting. But ignore that. we are on Edge Desert here for round 5 of the lower bracket, and spawning in on the west side of the map we have Jwix in his customary orange, playing UEF of course, going for a single air factory and saturating his core mass, and Jwix, who is his opponent.
His opponent's going to be Kenny as the green Aeon Illuminate here. Going to go into double air opener, it looks like. We're very curious to see what Kenny does on Etch Desert, because let's be real, Etch Desert 1v1 is kind of a UEF-sided map. So very much looking forward to see what Kenny's plan is here.
Very much looking
Looks like the initial plan, at least, is to take some air control, which, you know, good start. Sounds pretty reasonable.
Well, Jwix is going for a second research station. One res, one air. I mean, he could, of course, transition into a second air factory, but we'll see.
You know, something that could absolutely wreck Jwix's shit, if Kenny can live long enough to get to it.
Darkanoid Rush. I'm just kidding.
Gunship teleport.
Oh, God.
Gunship, think about it. Gunship teleport, he gets to the middle of the map, takes the air engagement with the fighters, and because Jwix is going to be like, oh, intercept the gunships, you know, send his fighters to deal with it, and then they teleport into his base on top of his comm. That would be something.
That would be something. It would be something. But, Jwix does go into the second air factory here.
I was going to say, I have a funny feeling that's not going to happen, but it would be entertaining. Right, Jwix hiding his air. The double air play. He is hiding his air. Why, though? I wonder.
Oh. I guess just so, I mean, Jwix should already know the timing off the score, but, I mean, maybe that's why he's hiding him, just so he doesn't quite know. Maybe thinking that he doesn't have much and pushes his air in and gets, you know, mollywopped because all of his air was hiding.
Saying that, look where he's sending that scout. Maybe he's looking to see if he needs to intercept or something. Maybe.
I think he's just trying to clear the expansion. Just make sure, because he doesn't have radar. The map is so big, he needs that plane up there to make sure that Kenny is not going up there to stop him from expanding.
Well, yeah, radar doesn't even quite get to the midpoint, does it? From the main
so
base?
I think he's using the planes for intel at the moment.
Yeah, the map is deceptively large for anybody who hasn't played it before.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. And Jwix?
Like Desolatia is probably like these two platforms right here.
I mean, pretty much, yeah. Dude. That's a pretty far up radar there that Jwix just placed. Kenny just spent his res on something, so I'm gonna see if we can see what he spent his res on or not. Not gunships. He's still going planes.
Yeah, still planes. Third air factory being queued, and he's sending a fighter forward to scout. It looks like.
Yep.
Jwix may actually be able to intercept that though.
He definitely will. He definitely will.
Can he not gonna complete the scout? I don't think. No,
he will. Jwix didn't quite put the units in the right spot, so it does get by, but one takes it out right over the base.
Yeah. It's gonna see the double air research though.
You know, I got a question for you, Loku. Do you think the plane should still have vision while they're crashing to the ground or not?
I think, logically speaking, it could make sense, because if there was a pilot, or in this case, an automated system, you know, cameras could still be transmitting data, despite the engines being taken out and the plane crashing. Game balance-wise, I don't think so. I don't think it's... I think if you shut something down where Jwix's cloud of fighters is at right now, it should not crash long enough to see what's happening in the base. or at the very least, should not provide full intel vision range as it falls.
Valid. Valid. I do like both sides of the story, so I don't really have a preference.
I think it's a cool feature, and obviously, you know, it doesn't. It's not a huge difference, but I think if you were to get nitpicky about balance, there could be some cases for it, especially given like the kind of the randomness of how far they fall based on the speed that the aircraft is moving, kind of thing. And if you because if you address that problem about the intel range on fighters, you know, how do we feel about the falling experimentals and things like that? So I think it becomes a very nitpicky issue, to be sure, but there's an argument for balance reasons, I think, perhaps. But logically speaking, it makes perfect sense, so I don't actually mind it that much.
Yeah. Overall, I think there needs to be some type of flak anti-air in Spring Commander 2. The air is just too powerful.
That would be, yeah,
way too powerful.
I think a flak would be nice.
And yeah,
I actually really like
freaking Mega Fortress.
I really like how Beyond All Reason handles airplay in the, because when we play, we use the unbalanced unit, so it doesn't quite apply as well there. But in the loadout, I guess you could say, for what is considered normal competitive play, air functions as a support role, not something you can rely on entirely, because you can build mobile flak, and things like that, and it's exceptionally good at taking down fighter clouds and things like that, and bombers.
Subcom air is basically, you can rely on it. It's
very
powerful.
Air basically is, you managed to get to 100 of any air unit of any kind at all. Congratulations, you can win.
Yeah.
Because even if they have double that number, they will not kill your air faster than you can one pass a commander. 9 times out of 10. Unless they have very specifically prepared against that possibility, the air just wins.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know if I've ever really been a big fan of how powerful the air is in this game, but I digress.
But the point I always like to make is it doesn't often come out in competitive 1v1, right? Because the matches are often so short. But think about what Javix did with gunships. He was behind. He didn't have anti-air coverage. All he had was shield upgrades and enough numbers that the health pool total of the gunships could not be killed faster than the damage output they provided to kill the commander and win the match. I think things like that are what encourage new players to often end up using like the supremacy rule instead of assassination.
That's true.
Which leads to its own problems, of course. When air is so strong that the health pool cannot be depleted faster than the damage output, no matter how much anti-air you have, it creates a long-term problem where it's like, all right, cool, so I can win against a higher skilled opponent no matter what if I last long enough to build a critical mass. And in free-for-all matches, and in team games, I'm sure, I imagine that's been the source of more than a little bit annoyance, especially for players who know that they are good and then lose matches to silly, just, somebody got lucky, got left alone, and was able to build air for 20 minutes unharassed.
And yeah, we're just going freaking full air in this game here.
Yes, we are. The map can't blame them though. The map is so large that land would take so long to get across that air would just pick it apart.
Very true.
It's the other thing that I will say that is one complaint I have about this game is that the land units to map scale doesn't quite match, and so large land maps don't work because it takes so long to get across.
Oh my god.
To do anything.
Oh yeah. I do really love the free-for-all games on the new map though. The world map.
There's the world map that is quite
awesome.
Fun and goofy, yeah. Pretty funny. Now I kind of just want to play Beyond All Reason. Damn.
I think I'm going to play some bar after this, personally. But
can I get a bit of interference when you're speaking? I can still hear you fine, but it's there when you speak. Um, maybe my computer fan is heating up. There's also somebody in the background of Titan's mic, so I'm not sure what it could be. Greed. Not a whole lot I can do about it right now. I can turn down the sensitivity a little bit on my mic, see if that blocks
I know
it.
there's a little bit of static coming through. I can hear it
Strange.
sometimes, yeah. I just noticed that.
It is a tiny bit on your end too. I wonder if it's just because mic's sensitive, and so it's picking up like my laptop fan whirring or something, even though it's not really near the laptop too much.
Oh, okay.
Not sure. I don't know. I've had it. It comes and goes for me. I've seen it.
There's the
I've troubleshooted it. There it is. I've troubleshooted the static away before, and then it seems to just kind of come back of its own accord at random. So I kind of just let it go at a certain point.
Yeah, and who wins this wins the game, basically.
Yeah, this is the other thing, is air fights like this come down to, oh, alright, he took the better air engagement, and the opponent will never recover.
And Jwix has shields. Kenny doesn't have shields on his air.
It's relatively new, haven't noticed it before. I haven't changed any of my settings or anything, so it shouldn't be anything there. I'll have to look into it later. And that's going to be Jwix taking the air fight with the shield upgrade at the last second. I'm not sure Kenny can do anything about it now. Yep, he knows.
Yep, there's the GG. Control K.
So it was that research station in the beginning made the difference because he got the shields.
Yeah, although I feel like Kenny could have gotten the shields. We were in like 15 minutes there.
I don't know. He had to have been investing into unit vet or something, because I'm not sure what else he could have been spending all the research on.
Yeah, that was pretty odd. All right, we'll be back for game 2 of the round 5 lower bracket match. So stay tuned.
Alright, and welcome back to match number 2 on Iron's Gambit. Down in the bottom left, playing as the orange UEF as always, we've got Jwix. Gonna open up double land, it looks like. And we often see air be a pretty impressive factor here on this map, so opening double land instead is going to be interesting. We'll have to look to see how his opponent responds, and his opponent is
Kenny spawning in as the red Aeon ACU, also going for a dual land opener, so mirroring his opponent quite well. Wow. And expanding to the east.
I'm kind of surprised. We've seen air be effective on this map over and over again, so I'm a little bit surprised to see both of them going double land.
Yeah, I mean, triple land from Kenny now.
Triple land for Kenny.
I mean, the land game on this map isn't bad either, I do have to say. with the rush distance.
It's not. I love to rush and hold mid with an extra land factory in between the 4 mass extractors
Oh
myself.
yeah.
Um,
And
I often
personally,
find that it either gets me killed or it gives me an excellent position.
oh, I
There's
like that.
very often no in between.
I like that land factory placement there from JWix.
Yeah, not too far forward as to be exposed to factory TML yet, but
Oh
forward
no.
to what?
Kenny's suspecting an airplay here from JWix and is building crawdows when there is
Oh,
no air on the field from JWix.
Hasn't scouted. All right, he's not over investing into it, but still, 4, 5 Crawdads coming out is oof. Did not scout.
This is very
It's because JWix has gone to air opener every game today. It's a reasonable expectation.
No, Iron, I have to say,
he's gonna.
I like this land factory placement because if Kenny tried pushing up the middle, also like he's tried doing every single game, this factory shuts us down and shuts TML down as well. If I get gunshipped right now.
If I get gunshipped right now, that would be pretty funny.
Hilarious.
Both of them were expecting
air.
Perhaps some kind of air, yeah. That's hilarious.
Let me see, has JWix put any AA on his stuff? No.
He has not invested into the AA because he didn't see any AA.
Yeah,
and Kenny's going to know what's up now. He's just gotten the radar. He's going to see these land forces. So he's going to be well aware now that he has messed up just a little bit.
I screwed up.
He's like, fuck.
Yeah, but I really like this land factory placement. I want to... It shuts down the center, you know?
But it also helps reinforce that northern choke point as well in the event of any run bys.
Yeah, I really like that.
Kind of a nice
center point.
It's a good land factory.
But I do have to say, playing this map in Desert Valley with these 4maxs in center, rushing up and getting middle gives you this extra 4-mass expansion. Like, even if your opponent goes air, you can get AA here and cover these 4maxs pretty easily, while also pushing towards your opponent.
I think it's easy to underestimate how effective a single factory AA with a shield is covering those 4 mass extractors.
Oh yeah.
Because now bombs take forever for all the factions to get through factory shields unless you have a bunch.
For sure.
I often, once I get to the point of having just mass lying around, I'll slap a factory down on all the other 4 mass spots on a given map. And I may not be the best player, but I know for a fact that has saved me from bombing runs more than a few times in the event that I have a game that goes late enough to warrant spending that much on extra factories.
It definitely does help and provide some cover for those mass extractors. Just, you know, extra
layer these guys going into mobile missile launchers now.
I see that. Trying to... Oh, wow. JWix letting some of his... Ooh. Wow, demos here for JWix. Rip. Saying rip.
Rip that one guy. Got impacted by mobile missiles.
Oh, wow.
Deeply unfortunate.
Kenny loses the MML too. 2 MMLs, which is pretty funny.
Oh, lose the radar.
Wow. And Kenny kind of mirroring JWix's land factory.
Meteors are better than the Fistouche, aren't they?
Yes, UEF has best MMLs in the game.
Because they fire so many projectiles.
Which means technically UEF should get the TML. You know what I mean?
It should. That's what I'm saying. But no, they get short range instead, which is just the most cancerous. Anyway,
and then you get
line of land factory is going to go down here for JWix, deciding to double up on the land production.
Yeah, where's his signature line of energy, though?
Kenny has already stepped it up to 4 land factories, it's worth noting. So until just now, JWix is actually technically behind on that.
That is true.
There's the energy line.
There it is. Just throws it down.
There it is.
He doesn't care where it is. He just wants it. Man, they're just testing each other with these MMLs, aren't they?
They are. Imagine if MMLs did just the ever so slight amount of AoE damage.
Did you see
And
Kenny?
then he
Did you
just
see
ground
Kenny
fighting.
rotating his army before even engaging?
I do. He's prepping for the engagement to happen.
Oh,
Wild.
Jaywick's doing the alt move micro, best micro ever.
He needs to be ground firing these demos.
He is ground firing.
There we go. There we go. Boom! Big hits on the demos.
Now moving.
Oh
the
man!
Not bad. Wow. Okay. Not a bad
Bad
engagement
for
there
either
for
player,
either player.
here. It's yeah, pretty equal, I'd say.
I would love to see Jaywick
Demos.
target the Bodaboom with his ACU. Yeah, there you go. See that? Yeah. That's what you want to do. Perfect. Kenny needs to bring his ACU up, but he's not. He's going to lose this engagement if he's not careful.
I was gonna say, Jaywick's slowly bringing it back there with the snipe on the Bodaboom, and then the Demolishers taking things off as they flee.
Yeah, taking out that Bodaboom was vital to Jaywick's, yeah, that trade for Jaywick's, because he came out on top. Now look at that big reclaim field he has. Now, you might only get 17% back from all these units, but that is so many dead units.
That's
right
a
there.
lot of units.
And it's all
right
on
there.
Jaywick's side of the map. And as Kenny, I would really not want all of the reclaim to be right on Jaywick's front door.
I was gonna say, as much as I shit all over the reclaim efficiency in this
That
game,
is a lot.
I will say that at a certain point, it is worth it. I mean, if your commander's not doing anything else, have him reclaim the units, get a couple hundred.
This
extra
has
mass.
to be
Why not?
this has to be at least 200 to 400 mass right here in this reclaim.
Yeah, it's like I would guess maybe 200 or 300 would be my
I'd say
my
400.
estimate.
I'd say 400. I mean, each unit costs
400,
about
you think?
40. You're thinking about maybe like 7, 10 per unit. You know.
You gotta be thinking. You said 17%. Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
Like
okay.
6 or so. However many
Yeah.
dead units this is, I think that's about
6
400-ish.
times. That's
300 to 400.
probably I don't know. Probably 50 units ish or something.
Yeah, probably around
Yeah, okay.
50-ish. Yeah, Jaywick's, look at all the engineers coming out to reclaim it. Jaywick's understands the value of that. Damn. And then another
Gonna have
engagement.
engineers come out to
Kenny
get it.
pressuring yet again. I don't know if this is the right move. Kenny's being a
Yeah,
little
honestly,
too
I think he
aggressive,
should.
I think.
I think he should save up. Although getting the snipe on these engineers might be nice. Ooh, big demolisher hits. Oh boy.
Wow. Yeah. Target that Bodaboom down. It's so close to dying. There you go. The Bodaboom's down. Now these engineers, dude, look at all the PD just coming up now. 3 PD building at once.
Yeah. Frontline engineer getting repaired by the commander was reclaiming a bunch there.
Yeah. Jaywick's is getting so much mass from this reclaim field, and there's even more reclaim here now. One of the engineers goes down that was building the PD. Wow.
Demolisher's taking a few more units out on the way out there. It's I mean, honestly, all things considered, Kenny is still holding pretty equal-ish numbers here.
I feel like Kenny needs to stop pushing into these places that keep, giving him bad trades. He needs to go up north.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you could really mess Jaywick's up if you get on top of his energy line.
Oh,
He's got all his energy in one linear place there. You get on top of that, you could really mess him up.
That is true. Also, Kenny is expanding a little bit down south. I'd like to see him expand up north with that one engineer that's building the research station. Yeah, this whole area has just been hunkered down. Look at all these shields. And oh my god, look at the mass Jaywick's is getting from this reclaim field. He's up to 500 in the bank.
He is showing an additional 10 mass per tick when the engineers are reclaiming.
Jeez.
So just think for every second that he's managing to maintain a steady reclaim from both of these engineers, which is, I don't know, I'd say maybe 70, 60 or 70% of the time while the reclaim field is the present. It's an extra 10 mass a second.
Here we go. Oh, Max guns come out. Wow.
Oh boy, there's the Mex guns. That's gonna be bad.
JWIC's just drawing Kenny into these unfavorable positions. He's just able to... It doesn't matter how good or bad JWIC's or Kenny's micro is. It doesn't matter when you're in these, just positions you cannot win.
This pincer maneuver, and now there's a second reclaim field there right as the engineers finish up with this one. Sure enough, JWIC's, I think, is sending an engineer.
Look at all the research station he's spending that mass on, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He just got so much mass from that, and he's throwing down all these factories and research stations from it. Jeez. Yeah, Kenny, you can't push into this. There's too many PDs here, and there's still an army there.
He needs mobile missiles.
It really does. I mean, JWIC's can even just hide behind these mass extractors, too, and let the Mexes tank if he really needs to. These are very vetted up mass extractors as well. Does get one. Does get a mass extractor, and JWIC's is losing a lot of his force here. I think he needs to target down these Boda Booms with the Mex guns first. Really is what he should be doing. He's not doing that, and I think he needs to. There's still one Boda Boom left, and once those Boda Booms go down, this army will... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, now the army.
And Demolisher hits for the finisher.
Yeah.
Gonna get some good AoE in. Yeah, slow, but he's gonna clean this up eventually here.
And he cancels the research stations to go rebuild those 2 Mexes, and probably reclaim that other reclaim field. But Kenny took out the 2 mass extractors, but in the end, it doesn't really matter because look at the reclaim he just dropped on him again.
He dumped enough mass to almost rebuild them, yeah.
Like,
mass extractors are 100 or 200 mass?
They're 100. 100.
They're 100.
95.
That might be pretty.
JWIC's build cost.
That might be pretty close to enough to rebuild both, just laying there on the field.
JWIC's is looking healthy.
Looking at him.
Yeah, I agree with you. And now we have Chrome Shields for Kenny.
Now that is going to be pretty significant, I think, unless these demolishers can start doing some real work.
Yeah, I wonder what.
So far, I gotta say the demolisher hits have not been amazing yet.
Yeah,
but they do add up. They do add up. I'm seeing shields drop every time they impact.
Yeah, look at all the point defense firing from the research stations and just the normal PD, man.
Oh, yeah.
So much support fire from the back line.
Lots of concentrated fire.
Kenny's trying to come up and build PD with his commander. This is not a good idea. If he loses his army, this is not a good idea. He's too exposed.
Yeah, he's going to get jumped on. He's getting desperate to make something happen. He knows he's on the back foot, I think.
Yeah.
Oh man, the factory missile's gonna erase that PD immediately.
And we're just alt move microing again. It's attack move microing. JWIC's does not care at this point.
He's not fighting a cyber, and he can just dive. He could have dived on Kenny right then and there, I think.
There was still enough units there to I think to thin him out, but at the the engagement's won for JWIC's at this point. Wow.
Look at the demolisher rounds coming in. They're not hitting a damn thing, but they're pretty cool to look at.
Oh, yeah.
There they go. Now we're getting some hits. Gonna push Kenny back into his base now.
And yeah, now you can siege the base. And Kenny's floating mass.
There's the demolisher hits, bringing a bunch of those tanks down to half HP.
Jeez. And oh my god, JWIC's has got shields on his land units.
Jesus Christ, that's gonna be all she wrote for that.
Kenny throws out the GG. JWIC says GG as well. Great game by JWIC here. Wow.
Excellent going by JWIC. Fantastic. And JWIC is gonna move on to the finals.
Really showing you that micro is not everything in this game,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, huge shout out to Kenny and his insane micro. He was the one who initially knocked JWIC down to the loser bracket, let's not forget. So Kenny putting up an excellent showing today.
Of course. But yeah, JWIC will go into the finals against Avasi, and we will see how that goes next. So stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the finals of the Summer 1v1 Open. We are here on Open Palms, which is a great way to start the finals. And our upper bracket player has started 1 up. And his opponent spawning in on the top right of Palms, we have Jwix spawning in as the orange UEF ACU, going for a single land factory and saturating his core mexes. And Loku, who is his opponent.
His opponent starting 1 up in the purple Illuminate ACU is Avasi. Avasi putting on an extremely good showing throughout this entire tournament, pretty much. But Jwix, definitely a close second, I think. Just all around, both these guys have been incredible with the micro, with the macro, with handling their responses to various tactics being tried by their opponents. Been looking forward to this all day, so glad to see that it's finally here. Avasi going to open up first air and scout Jwix. And Jwix going to go double land. Looking forward to seeing what happens with that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Good old open palms shenanigans.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the players actually know Avasi goes 1 up into this game, but we'll see. I'll let them know next game.
Also, I definitely just watched one of Jwix's engineers dodge a bomb drop, so that was something.
They can what? Well, they're homing. So
I 100% watched a bomb drop and miss.
That's crazy. Allcomb 32, yeah, the tournament is still on. We are on the finals right now, so it is coming to an end here soon.
Oh no. Creatify says, I recall you saying something like this would either be a 4-hour stream or a 9-hour stream. And
Yeah.
he's not wrong.
How long has this been going? This has been going on for 5 hours today.
It's been almost 6 hours. So, oh no, please no.
It won't get 9 hours. It won't. 7 tops.
There's no way.
7.
We'd only need. I mean, realistically, they'd only need to fight for 3 hours and 20 minutes across 5 matches or 4 matches.
Yeah, I don't know. Avasi really trying to bomb that blueprint for that mass extractor.
He's ready and waiting for it too.
Really is, but there is now AA on the land factory, so. Trying to say no.
You know, Jwix pretty much not reacting here. He knows he can't push out with anything right now because the air forces, so he's just gonna happily build tanks under the cover of factory AA and expand slowly, I suppose. He's gonna march the commander over there to build that.
Or just to stand there.
No.
What are we
Or
doing?
just to stand there. I thought he was using it to build the mass extractor. So
he's psyching him out. He's psyching him out. You see that? That's awesome.
He's psyching him out super hard. That's
Jeez,
so
he didn't have it. He didn't even have it queued, and he tried to bomb it.
Yeah.
Wow. Well
Meaning
played.
that this one is going to get up.
I like that. A little bit of mind games here in the beginning of the finals. I like to see it. You know, he knows Avasi's waiting for him to build it.
Avasi's waiting for it. You can see him just tripping all over it.
Oh, I like this. Jwix going into late air, as Avasi has stopped his air production. Wow, okay. That was a weird bombing run.
That was a weird bombing run. Hoping maybe to take a...
You're pissing me off. I bet we're gonna get the smiley face.
That's so good.
There, he's now building it finally.
Yeah. If he gets some stealth fighters up here, could be pretty good.
Yeah, hiding these fighters in the back.
Take air control away.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden. Get some bombers of his own up.
Both players stockpiling a good amount of land forces here as well. And we got Boda Booms out for Avasi.
Already out with the Boda Booms. And Avasi moving his commander up?
Just
That's funny. Avasi's air factory is rallied in Jwix's base. That's funny.
Probably because it's a scout.
Yeah.
And I'm getting tired too, damn.
Yeah, dude, it's definitely going to be nap time after this. I am EP.
EP. Yeah, that's
The
understandable.
missile is Eevee. He's very tired. He has a long day of splashing bandits. The missile is Eevee, and Eevee's too sleepy.
Love that video.
So good.
Yeah, the aircraft
Fourth land
started.
factory coming up for J-Wix. Third land factory coming up for Avasi. But with the air coming up in the back, it's going to make things a little bit interesting, I think. Avasi has what, 6 fighters?
5, I
J-Wix
think.
already up to 3, 4.
And I just noticed all the little weathering texturing on the Wasp here.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
I gotta say, I do like the models for a lot of the units in this game.
For sure. Oh, Avasi might spot. No, he's not going to spot the air factory. If he kept flying in that trajectory, he would have spotted it. But now he will not. Very lucky.
Although
for
I
J-Wix
have
there.
to say, I like the inclusion of the cockpit on the Wasp, even though none of the Subcom 2 units are manned.
Oh yeah, that's true. At least it's not
Kind of
see-through,
entertaining.
so you can kind of tell it's like an AI module instead.
Yeah.
I mean, the We Do Both's kind of got one too.
Oh yeah. It's funny.
It is. It's like they could be manned, or previous versions of them were.
So, J-Wix, I think Avasi at some point noticed the air, or at least suspects the air, because he has started up the production of fighters again. But J-Wix actually now has numbers advantage in the air, which is hilarious.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm wondering if he barely just caught the plane that popped out of the air factory on radar as his scout flew by.
He might have just caught the edge of it.
You know, J-Wix is moving out with the land army here. He's going to try and secure that western expansion for Avasi. He doesn't want him to get it.
I mean, Avasi's going to be hard pressed to do a damn thing about it too.
For sure.
Pretty equal land forces up here. Although the Bada Boom going to present a pretty
Nice
sizable
control K.
difference. 450 extra health on the Yenzu tanks versus the Rock Heads because of that Bada Boom. So that Bada Boom is actually very important. I feel like maybe some of my viewers don't quite know how important it is, but it's extremely important. Bada Boom gives that extra advantage. 450 additional health.
It's like having an extra 2
crazy.
ranks of veterancy pretty much for the health. And nice air engagement
Yeah.
there. Wow.
Hmm.
Although I don't know if this is where you exactly want to be fighting, as AA could come. Yeah, AA is coming up on these factories.
Yeah,
very
he's going to
quick.
come up. I think it's time to withdraw the air forces here now.
Oh no, we're
Get them
still
out of there.
engaging. J-Wix
Gonna
wins
keep
it.
killing. We're still. J-Wix is going to win it. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely won that
Can barely
engagement.
win it.
Oh,
Definitely.
Avasi barely
Ooh.
almost got his Bada Boom under his aircraft to help that air engagement, but it wasn't in time, sadly for him.
You know, I always forget about that the Bada Boom technically gives the buff to the aircraft as well, but the radius is so finicky.
Anything in the Bada Boom's radius actually does get buffed, no matter if it's in the air or sea.
You see, the Weeda Booth went up from 900 HP to I think 1170, so it's not a consistent amount of health. Is it a percentage-based buff?
I think it's 30%, if I'm correct.
Interesting.
I know it's pretty dramatic. It's basically like 2 ranks of veterancy, I know that.
Yeah. Double digits here on my stream for the first time. Awesome
Hey.
to see.
Awesome.
Much appreciation for the viewers who have tuning in now or have been sticking around, whatever the case may be.
Another good
Always
engagement for
appreciate
J-Wix
that.
there. And he's moving
Land
with the land
fight.
force.
Land fight getting ready to happen. There's kind of a raid in J-Wix's back line though. Demolishers are out now.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to deal with that. He's moving his ACU to respond. And wins the air fight once again, even with AA there for Avasi.
Oh, is he gonna get that Bada Boom? No. Okay.
One of those crawdowns just completely whiffed their shot.
It's funny.
Another air factory coming up for J-Wix. I like the late air. I like the later air. Nice. And keeping pressure on Avasi is exactly what you want to do.
For sure. Avasi is an aggressive player. He's shown that time and time again. Does not do well on the defensive. Avasi knows it too, though. Look at him pushing in and trying to put some pressure onto J-Wix here.
Yeah.
Demolisher's going to kind of shoot us away pretty effectively, though, I think.
Definitely. We have seen other players such as Kenny, for example, and all of his air. Wow, he just let that happen. No, that's
a bunch of air. Not all of his air, but there's still
a good bit of it.
That number again in the back line.
Oh,
yeah,
Avasi not microing. And the telly comes out.
Telly comes out. That's a fast telly, but he's just given that away now. He could have used it on the main army to really mess up the Rockheads.
Very true.
I don't know if it was worth revealing it that early.
Nice scouts flying overhead for Avasi. Is going to see all of the main base pretty much.
Die for it, though.
Another one. Wow, 3 scouts for him.
This air factory's been pumping out engineers. Point defense is going to come out.
Mex guns, too, by the way.
And Mex guns, yeah. Ooh, you know what? I just... hold on. Maybe not. 1, 2... 1, 2, 3. Okay, I thought for a second there I didn't notice any research for Avasi. I was going to say J-Wix is up 3 research to nothing, but it's only 3 to 2, so it's actually not that.
And Avasi's building a new research station, so
yeah.
Same thing with J-Wix.
For a second, I was
going to be 4-3.
I was going to say, I was about to say that's a pretty crucial difference. Worth noting that J-Wix is holding on to 11 research points right now.
Yeah.
Gotta wonder what he's getting ready to spend that on, because you know he's about to spend it on something. That might be could be an early push into a Fat Boys, maybe?
I don't think Fat Boys are necessarily the best decision against
Shields, then.
Avasi right now.
Yeah. With the teleport. You're right.
Yeah.
Picking off mass extractors here with this little raiding party, J-Wix is forced onto the defensive, and that's exactly where Avasi wants him to be.
Although I like this move here, completely pretty much foregoing that, and maybe conjoining his forces to fight Avasi's main force here in center.
Yeah.
One of the oldest
in the meantime,
in the books.
Mex guns are gonna, and this PD are gonna take a couple units with them as they go down, but they are for sure going down.
Yeah, these Yanzu tanks are very tanky with their chrome shields. They probably have the buff by now, so.
Oh yeah.
Very, very tanky.
Yep, gonna consolidate the forces here. Looking for something to happen with these with this central grouping.
Wow, so many.
Got enough demolishers to make a huge. Oh my God! Shotjas.
Oh!
Look at the amount of shotjas coming out. Uh-oh, that's not good.
J-Wix is just letting it happen.
Oh no!
Oh man. Not what you
Tanks
want.
Going down left, right, and center to these shotguns. He's got the
Afterburn.
speed upgrade though.
Nice teleport. What a teleport.
Oh my God.
Amazing micro on those shotguns.
That's rough for J-Wix now. Shotguns are a huge detriment to him as UEF.
Oh yeah. Though Avasi not microing his units up north, taking a lot of losses to that PD.
Losing that raiding party would be pretty rough. Although he killed 3 engineers on the way up, if you look.
Yeah, I saw that. The ones that ran away earlier. Still not microing that.
Bombs being dropped on UEF tanks here. Taking some losses to the bomb AoE. Gonna lose the fighters for it, though.
Yeah.
We'll lose all of those, actually. That's ooh. I don't know about losing air control for that.
Looks like we might transition into the late game if this game goes on long enough.
I don't know. Look at the forces consolidating for Avasi here. I think there's a very solid chance J-Wix just gets rolled right here.
Yeah, if we see the Avasi teleports.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is J-Wix, so I won't say he's lost yet, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, very true. We'll see how he deals with this.
Very slowly cleaning up these tanks in the back line after losing all the mass extractors except one.
Yeah, the shotguns are just going to take the force from afar.
Yeah. Judges are going to be pretty rough to deal with here. They're going to get jumped on a
Nice,
little bit, though.
nice afterburn
Where's the
right there.
teleport?
Wow, that was
there
a
we go.
late
Okay,
teleport.
wow. The late teleport. Losing a bunch of shots is there. Not enough, though. He's still paid for it, I think. Teleport's going to come out. Avasi's going to do the classic split teleports into the base for harassment, though. I still think J-Wix is very much not looking good here, and he knows it.
And the trades are bad for him right now with these shots on top of his army as well.
Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Oof. Bombers are now moving out now.
I think maybe if he had force fired some of these demolishers a bit better, maybe they. They
nice bombing run on the Shachas on the east side.
Ooh, there we go.
Pretty crazy pincer here that Avasi's done on the army though.
Yeah, this is looking pretty clinical, I gotta say.
Jeez. And there's an entire new army for Avasi back at his base.
Oh yeah. Oh Jesus.
Oh my god. And yeah, J-Wix's base just falls apart and doesn't even throw out a GG, just showcase, yeah.
Damn.
And Avasi goes 2 up into game 2.
Sniper bots.
Damn.
Is this 2-1 now?
It's 2-0.
2-1? 2-0. Ooh, shit.
But yeah, we'll be back to the next one.
J-Wix didn't win. Alright, coming in for technically match 2, but potentially point 3 for our purple Aeon commander here. It's Avasi, undefeated so far in this tournament and looking to maintain that record. He's up 2-0 in the matchup so far. This could be potentially the match point right here now. But his opponent's no slouch. Go ahead and introduce him, Titan.
Alright, and his opponent being the orange UEF player, J-Wix, going for a single land factory on QAI Labs. Isn't that not... That's not normal.
That's not normal. Avasi going a more standard one air open here. I wonder what J-Wix's plan for this is.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm definitely interested to see what he's going to do. He's covering all of his expansions with land factories, I do see. The southern one especially.
Mm-hmm.
Felt like he could have put that first land factory in a better spot to defend the one that's farther up, but it's okay. Yeah, AA coming up to like right away on that land factory.
Yeah. So he knows that the air was coming, right? He had to have. So this double land open here is very deliberate. I don't know what he's aiming for, but it was deliberate.
You know, I
He's
feel
maybe he's hoping for an upset here. You know, if he could get to unit AA as UEF on this map, I mean, he's got a single choke point to march down with unit AA. That would be pretty crushing, I think, for airplay. That being said, Avasi has seen the double land, and so he's going to go into one air, one land himself,
Ooh.
and with Yunzu tanks coming out already. So,
well, a little curveball. JWix is going for a late air factory.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I know. Very interesting. Although Avasi is going to be way ahead on the eco. He's getting his 2 forward mass extractors way before JWix is.
Well, JWix going to toss down another land factory.
Oh, this is a JWix strategy, 100%. Going for like 4 factories. He does this. I've seen him do it before. Using that build cost to his advantage.
Gonna stop building that factory so he can try to delay the kill on this meteor. Very nice.
Good job. Keeping that meteor alive. That's lovely. He's not lost a single unit to those bombers yet. Oh no. Oh no. Avasi, why?
What has he done? Oh
Transport.
My God.
He's got a Hihola.
He's gonna no. No.
Is he putting his AC? Oh, I thought he was bringing his ACU to the front.
I really thought he was for a second there. That would have been horrendous.
Just drop it on JWix's ass.
Yeah. Surprise!
Jesus. That would be amazing, but he's not. We'll see what he does. Maybe he just wants to pick up his extra mass extractors? I don't know.
A teeny tiny bit of air now.
An itsy bitsy bit.
Minuscule. If ever there was a time for mech guns, now would be it. I gotta say. And you know, saying that might be exactly what he's doing. He's got 7 research stocked up already. Has he spent any research
on this map? Though I don't know. Mech guns is the best move.
Maybe not, but it would certainly be helpful against the Hihola.
He's just gonna push in, seeing that Hihola. Which this is the right move. JWix is pushing in. It's exactly what you want to do after seeing the Hihola.
Oh God. But he's gonna micro around meteor mobile missile launchers with the Hihola. That's rough.
But he has fighters. JWix has fighters.
Not enough. Look at the fighters stationed up to defend the Hihola.
As long as he can kill the Hihola, that's all that matters.
That's true.
Yeah, JWix doing the right thing here, and is going to push up. Look at the fighters; they're diverging to the east, and the fighters jump on the Hihola. The fighters jump on the Hihola.
There we go. Ooh! And does he lose the mobile missile launchers?
JWix is now sieging the base. He loses the.
He's going to lose the mobile missile launchers. Did not micro ahead of time. Oh
insane
God! I came back just in time to see that. That's rough. Big bombs down the drop there. Got pretty even losses, I'd say. Losing the Hihola and the mobile missile launchers, but JWix eating the bombs. And now these bombers are going to come in and do some work. Ooh.
You got to split. Please.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. JWix, please split.
He tried to split. He sent some units in the rear back thinking he was bombing the rear of the formation.
I know you don't like micro, man, but you can't lose, like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 things to bombers.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Iron
8.
Says in the chat, damn, game reset, and yeah, it's been a little... Yeah, it's been reset a bit.
Bit unfortunate.
Goodness. Yeah, I mean, stabilized now. And Avasi could always just build another transport and pick up those 3 other mass extractors on his side of the map.
Could. That would be a hell of a... God, you know what would be truly awful is to build a attack missile on one of those islands.
No, thank you. I don't want to see that.
That would be the worst.
we see a TML and
Just-
any of these finals matches, I'm walking away from my computer and coming back until the game is ended. I'm not kidding. I will stand by that.
Just walk. Yeah, just zoom all the way out. Say, you guys cast it. I don't wanna.
You guys have fun watching.
Me and Loki are gonna take a break. Oh Jesus! I would think I would also just alt tab.
Alt tab. Oh my god.
Paused all the factories there for a second, and then immediately unpaused them. I wonder what that's about.
Did I just hear a dog shake their head?
You did. My dog's in my room.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh
It's like I
God,
picked
he's
the
giving me the face like he needs to go out. So this is gonna be some perfect timing
there you
if this
go.
is the end.
Avasi's dropping his energies on the islands.
Yeah, it's gonna get that extra mass, and we haven't seen anybody do that on QAI Labs so far. So that could be a pretty massive difference over time.
Yeah.
Three extra fully vetted mass extractors. That's a big difference.
Hey, at least we got a better game than just like 2 air opener. Like
I was just say, at least we didn't have somebody eject in the first 6 minutes or something.
oh my god, yeah, that's very true.
I'll never forget my first ever match against Alpha Hex. He killed me in 8 minutes flat.
Jesus, that's crazy. At least I didn't die that quick.
To be fair, that was when I first started playing competitively, and I had like 1,000 hours, but it was all casual matches and bots. So I didn't understand control clicking, unit micro, or anything like that. And so I was like, I knew I was gonna die. I just wasn't sure how badly I was gonna die. 8 minutes, man. I think it was like 8 minutes and 40 seconds or something.
Jesus.
Murdered me my first ever competitive match.
Got one of my friends on. I killed him in 3 minutes 30 seconds with a PD rush. The guy. Okay, listen. He told me, kill me as quick as you can.
Oh God,
I did.
I will say one of my favorite things ever is Aeon just walk the commander into the middle of the enemy base. If it's somebody who doesn't know how to build MMLs, and just plonk a PD right in the middle of their shit.
Oh,
and they don't know what to do. It's fucking hilarious.
Shit, they're
it's the funniest shit ever.
Especially on like the caveman.
Like it's even better when you do it on like a dumb map. I've done it on what's the 3-player map called?
Shiva Prime.
Shiva Prime. The Shiva Prime in a free-for-all with 2 other people, and you just walk your commander all the way across the bridge, and it's somebody a little bit newer, doesn't quite know, and you go, "Hey man, I'm gonna teach you something. I'm gonna teach you something." They go, "What do you mean?" He's like, "I'm gonna kill you with just my commander, and you're not gonna know how to stop me." And then they go, "What the hell?" And then they're Superman. They don't want to play against you anymore. And then you go, "Listen, I will tell you how to stop that from happening ever again." He said, "How?" And I said, "Build 2 mobile missile launchers. Problem solved."
What is Avasi up to? What shenanigans is he up to? Look at his transport.
I see that. I also want to acknowledge the amount of P shields coming out for JWix.
Yeah.
Look at the little UEF shield bubble.
Oh my goodness, that is a lot of P shields
happening.
And
that's a lot of P shields already.
It's already been like 6 hours. We don't want to sit here for like another 2 hours doing a best of 7. But yeah, it's only a best of 5.
Yeah. Did he say something about it being a best of 5?
Yeah, he did.
The last time we did a best of 7 conclusion, didn't it take like 2 hours just for the semifinals?
Technically, it was like a best of what, 14?
Yeah.
Because I set up the tournament like an idiot.
Because they had to do 2 in a row.
Yeah, this is way better. Sure, I can understand. Okay. All good. I mean, with the amount of players, I didn't feel like doing a best of 7 for 10 players. If it was more, I might have done a best of 7, but yeah. If it was a lot of players, I would have knocked the loser bracket down to a best of 1 and then done a best of 7 final instead. I'm not doing best of 7 with best of 3 lower bracket ever again. That tournament was so long. Especially, oh, here comes the Hihola. What is he up to?
Oh shit!
It's got Engis in it. It's got an Engie.
Oh.
Oh no! Don't. Oh.
No! No! No!
No! J-Wix, no. Oh, he control K'd it!
Control K'd it. Okay.
Is he gonna get? No way!
Oh my god!
No way!
Oh my god!
No!
What?
He has A on tech!
He has A on tech.
He has A on tech!
Does he do anything with it though?
What is he gonna do with it?
Though? I don't know. So many possibilities just opened up. All he needs is a research station.
The fuck?
Loyalty gun him.
That would be fucking hilarious. Avasi,
That would be
how?
awful.
He got in his own game. His Engie is now J-Wix's. And if this game goes long enough, he can do something with that.
He can do something if it
What
lasts
could he do
long
with Aeon
enough.
Tech? I have no idea. TML him. TML.
TML,
Actually, I have to
you could
walk away if he
TML
does
him.
that. No, I don't want to walk away.
If J-Wix comes back into this with, imagine J-Wix TMLs him, right, and then goes on to win.
No, imagine J-Wix adds shotches to his unit composition.
Oh fuck, that would be awful for Avasi.
Oh my god.
Just put in
Loyalty
some
gun.
sniper bullets.
What else could he do? Space Temple? Late game Space Temple him with UEF tech, dude.
Darkanoid.
Darken. J-Wix,
Air
please.
Nomos.
Air Nomos. What the fuck are Air Nomos gonna do? He's just building an energy generator with it. He's just it's
He
just,
can
a,
air
it's just an
Nomo,
energy
he builds one air Nomo to go with his composition to make sure bombers just can't hurt him anymore. And they have the shitty little cannons that fire at land units. Use it to kill the commander.
Oh my god. Yeah, dude, you know P-Shields and shotches would be so crazy. That would be
It'd be
insane.
the
What
most
the
dumb shit.
Avasi's going Urchi now. Avasi's going
What?
Urchi now.
Oh my god, he is.
I think I've lost.
J-Wix says, I think I've lost.
Come on, J-Wix.
Don't give up, J-Wix,
Come on,
please.
please.
Not like this. Don't get Urchin out. Don't do it.
My bad. What do you mean?
Maybe.
What do you mean you're bad?
He's saying maybe. Maybe or maybe not.
Ah, okay, maybe. Are we going... Oh, this is an amazing move. We're going AC1Ks. The Urchin now aren't going to do anything against this.
Imagine he starts queuing up an air Nomo.
He's not going to queue up any... I don't think he's going any Aeon tech. He's just going to keep the UEF tech. I think he can
I
win
know.
without it.
Imagine Avasi scouted it. Air Nomo.
I'd be like, what the
I'd quit. I'm done.
Honestly, I'd give him the win for that. I'd be like, all right,
yeah.
GG's, control
Like
F.
I'm going to bed. Yeah, I'm closing it. I don't need to see the rest of this. If he mind games J-Wix that hard, that's like I'm done.
Yeah,
But no.
it is.
No, we see the Urchin out. Honestly, that's all Yinzu's in there. 3 AC 1000s and a good air fight, and the game's over.
Attack launchers win. Oh, please no, dude. I don't. You just want me to get up
No,
and leave,
please.
don't you?
Just wants me to walk away.
He wants me to walk away.
Doesn't want you to play the game anymore.
What could be strong, Ixen, the AC1K?
Look at J-Wix shutting down the scout. He doesn't want the AC1Ks to get spotted.
I mean,
He's gonna
valid.
stop it too.
Yeah, these Urchinows come out and he just AC1Ks him. What the hell is Avasi gonna do about it? I mean, he has planes, but
Nothing.
not enough. Not enough planes.
Not nearly enough planes.
J-Wix has the
J-Wix?
right play here. I swear if this is like a Mega Fortress and not an AC1K, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Imagine, oh my god. You know what though? The AA on the Mega Fortress is pretty
Show
fucking
me
good.
the AC1K in there, please. I want to see it.
It's
It
there,
won't
it's
show me
there,
it.
I can see it.
You can see it?
It's
okay.
there.
Okay, good.
I can see it.
Good.
It's there.
I'm like, I can't see it.
It's there. I am. What do you mean you can't see it? It's right there, bro.
It's not showing up for me in the factory.
Okay. It's there.
Oh, I can kind of make out
watching
the
it.
shadow. Okay, I can kind of make out the shadow. What's going on? I hear things. Oh, he's Avasi scouting again.
Avasi knows. He's like, why is he shutting down my sky so hard?
You're not allowed to
what's going
see. Oh,
Why don't
we
you
have
want me to
Urchinows
see?
out now. I feel like Avasi's about to push.
Oh yeah. Yeah, JWix is definitely on a time limit now.
He needs these AC-1Ks out immediately and needs to take out Avasi's Air Force as soon as possible. As soon as possible. But he doesn't want to fight in an unfavorable position because if he loses the air fight, it's over.
He can completely ignore the land fight if he gets enough AC-1000s out.
Yeah,
I think he should build a second air factory and start building fighters. Devote all the resources to the airplay because...
One AC-1K. He needs another gantry.
Yeah, he does. He needs like, I think at least 3 to guarantee this.
This is very scary, I agree with you, but I mean, JWix has a good amount too. But on top of
Avasi, I think Avasi suspects something up because he's not pushing with these 2 Urchinows.
Sending up 2 units to scout. This is interesting.
He's trying to get a scout off. Avasi's got a fighter going out. Look, he's got a fighter going to either side, and JWix is ready for it. He's so ready for it. Oh my
god, he knows.
He's so ready for it.
JWix is scouting now as well. He's going to catch the Urchinows. Avasi's not ready for the scouts in turn. He's going to see. Yeah, he sees the Urchinows. The corpse flew right past him.
JWix isn't reacting to the scouts though.
He should see them, I think.
They're
going way. Yeah, it's going to fly right past his planes, but I think it's going to land on if that corpse.
Oh no!
Yeah, he's going to catch it. He's going to catch it. Yeah, he's going to see the gantry. He's going to see the gantry.
He's gonna see it.
Yep, he sees it.
He's going to see it. What's the reaction here? Let's look.
Right after that, JWix moves out. He knows he needs to do something now.
He's got 2 AC-1000s. That is enough to kill the commander with minimal if he can kill off the fighters before they can do anything.
I think ACU snipe right now.
I think ACU snipe right now.
Damn, man.
I hope he's got unit veterancy though, so the factories can't kill the AC-1Ks. Look at the land army.
That is such a big army, man.
There's crawdads mixed in there as well.
I don't think it's enough.
He's going for it. He's going for it. He's going for it.
He's so far away from his factories too.
He's going for it.
He's dead.
No, come on. No it. Oh, come on.
Yeah, he's down.
Oh.
JWix takes it. JWix takes
Let's
it.
Go.
Wow. Wow. Amazing. And it's 2-1 into game 3.
2-1.
Amazingly played by both players, and we'll be back for game 3.
Oh my god. promise.
All right, welcome to game 3. Hold on, let me change the overlay real quick because JWix does have a point now. And yeah, speaking of which, we have JWix spawning in the south side of Thunder Pass as our orange. We have ACU going for a triple land opener and saturating his core mass, of course. He's actually going for early land rather than his core mass. So we'll see how he does against his opponent, which I'll let you introduce, Loku.
His opponent is going to be Avasi, narrowly losing it to the AC1Ks in that last match, giving JWix an opportunity to come back into this match. We'll be curious to see how he tries to take the match point now. Going to go first air as our Illuminate commander in the purple. Second land. Third land. Ooh. Uh-oh. One land, one air, two land, the classic Avasi.
Oh, yep. That is
Triple
definitely
land out of JWix.
This is an iron thing.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely an iron thing. Definitely an iron thing. I'm interested to see what JWix will do here against Avasi.
As am I.
Man, if Fossey's allowed to win like another tournament, there's no way he's losing. There's no way anybody else is taking first place, I don't think.
Yeah.
I'll have to check his points after this tournament because he's going to be way up there.
I think it'd be a pretty funny meme if JWix just right now marched into Avasi's ass, plocked a turret down in front of his factory. Said, you know what, that's some cool area you got, but I got 10 tanks, a commander, and a turret. Choke on it!
Yeah, AA tower coming up here for JWix.
It's going to take the aggressive forward position. I like that. Going to try to get into Avasi's face. I hope.
Yeah. Falcom loved this map. Yeah, I love this map too. It's a great one.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he's doing it. He's doing it. Look at where his commander's rally pointed to. He's doing it! I was kidding, but he's doing it!
I mean, could work. It definitely could work.
It definitely could work.
Maybe go for some just UEF, ACU upgrades, which he has done. He got the health upgrade on his UEF ACU. He's going to be very tanky.
He's just going to go in for it. He's just going for it. Mobile missile launchers are present here for JWix. He's got an engineer here to repair.
Oh my god, this is going to work. Going to take out the factory. He's taking a lot of damage here, though. He needs to back up.
He is taking a lot of damage.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Wait, is he going to get out of there?
Simultaneous ejection. He is going to get out of there. Just barely.
Avasi needs to bring the bombers in now. There they are.
They are.
Oh my god, they're like pacing to the other end of the map now. JWix has no more AA.
Oh, his commander stopped moving!
Why has he stopped moving? Oh no.
No!
Oh no! It's over. It's over. It's over.
No!
Is it over?
Come on!
Is it over? The bombers come in to try and finish him off. Oh my god, he's alive!
No!
He's alive! How is he alive? How is he alive? He needs to get regen. He needs to get the regen upgrade on his ACU immediately.
Believe it.
How is he alive?
How the fuck? He was down to 600 health. 600 HP. I was watching that shit like a hawk.
Same. Jeez, he's back up to almost 5,000 now.
God.
Wow, he gets the NG with frickin'... He got the NG with his missile launchers, dude.
Incredible.
He's like, fuck no to you healing. Don't walk the MMLs into the PD. There you go, good. No, now you're getting...
No. Less good. Should totally fire at Avasi's commander.
Yeah. So he moves. Wow. Jeez.
Well, that was a start of all time.
Yeah, that's definitely a start of all. Oh no, not the sniper bots. Please, not the sniper bots.
No, God.
Oh, Fossing, why? This is so rude.
So rude. So incredibly mean.
Although, Jaywix is back up to half health already.
Maybe he did get the region upgrade.
I don't know. He has no res right now.
He's got more health on his commander than Avasi does. What?
Holy crap, the regen is insane. He
had to
have got the regen upgrade. Or maybe just the repair on the Engie did it. Because he did MML the engineer that was repairing Avasi. PD's up now.
Walking into this PD, though. I don't know how to feel about that.
Building his own. He's really just using his ACU to tank as hard as he can, you know?
Oh,
he's gonna get the PD.
Boy.
PD's down.
He didn't kill it! He didn't kill it! He didn't kill it! Kill it! Kill it!
Finish your PD.
Finish your PD. The engineer?
There you go. PD's up.
Okay. Alright. Alright.
This is a good position now. He is. Avasi's now rebuilding his PD.
Mobile missile launchers are here.
Just siege the base. I don't know why are we pushing in that. I don't know if I like the push here.
Wait a minute! The commander's exposed!
Oh no! Oh, he could get him!
Don't get Ixened! Avasi's gonna get Ixened!
Oh my god.
Or Jaywix is. Or Jaywix is. Jaywix is. Surely.
Big bombing run here. Jaywix is so done.
Absolutely cooked.
No way he gets out of this again. No way he gets out of this again. He's dead. Yeah.
No, he's done. Damn. Well, Avasi's gonna take it.
Yeah, Avasi takes another tournament win.
Damn.
I'll put it on the overlay for all of you to see.
GG.
GG's.
Just in time for my phone to die. And me to no longer be able to see the stream chat. So perfect timing.
All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in, and congratulations to everybody who played. We hit 173 views before the stream ends in a peak of, what is that? 16 viewers at one time. So yeah, thanks to everybody who viewed, everybody who played. Thanks to Loku for co-casting, of course, if you have anything to say.
Well done to all of the players. That was a excellent tournament. I'm glad I turned up at the last minute.
Yeah, great to have you, man.
Thank you to all the Titans viewers, and thank you to all of my viewers. We enjoy doing stuff like this, so keep watching if you want to see more.
Of course, and yeah, we're both tired, so I think that's it for both of us. Thank you all for watching, and yeah, see you another time.